Hello, friends. Good morning. Good afternoon. Holy cow. Wow. I do know it's afternoon. It hasn't been that crazy, right? It hasn't been that crazy. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, lots of questions to ask. So we will, or answer. Oh, golly, you guys. I promise. I didn't have an adult beverage at lunchtime. Just a lot going on in this space. Alrighty, so, welcome back, friends. Welcome back to part 2 of our International Scrapbook Day celebration. We had so much fun this morning, I can't even tell you. If you were not able to join us this morning, you can go back and watch the replay of that at any time. You'll find it here on my YouTube channel, and it is, I think it says part 1, something like that. You will also find in the description box of this video a link to part 1, so it should be pretty easy for you to find. Just one little reason why you might want to go back to part 1, and if you want to watch it, you can watch it, of course. But there's lots of giveaways happening today, both in the morning session and the afternoon session. I think we did 12 prizes so far in the morning session. There are also after party prizes, which means that they're prizes that are given away after the video. The way you participate in those is you go back to that video from this morning and leave a comment. And then you have a week. So next Saturday morning, I will cut off the prizes. I won't draw all the prizes that day because it will take me quite a while to do for all the after party prizes. But we'll cut off on Saturday the 10th. And then about a week later, I will announce all of the prize winners for the after party. So that is, there's actually after party prizes for the morning session and the afternoon session. But also now live prizes for afternoon session as well. So in that morning session, loads of fun. We did a couple of different lists. We took a look at the new products that I released yesterday. Brand new Lail by Mail paper crafting collection, basically the first one ever, called Postcards and Passports. 6 new stamp sets, some new washi, lots of fun things. So you can see all of that on a video that I did yesterday, May 2nd, if you want to kind of see all that in depth. All right, so our plan for the rest of the afternoon, it is 1 o'clock Pacific time. I'm an hour ahead. 1 o'clock Pacific time. We will wrap around, probably around 5:30ish, we'll see. We'll see how far we go and what we get done. So in the afternoon session, we'll have a couple more lists. We'll do a little kind of walk down memory lane. Maybe give you some ideas if you don't necessarily list with us and you do some other crafts, how you might incorporate listing into those other crafts. So we'll take a quick look at that, and then we'll be on our merry way listing again. We were in the middle of a list when we ended, so we will start off with that one. But just a couple things, housekeeping things I want to mention. If you are winning any prize, you will know, because in the live prizes, we do those live, and they happen in the chat. So it's a good idea to kind of be in the chat, you know, chit-chatting away. I will give you advance notice before I do that, and then we'll draw a prize. And here's your advance notice for our first prize. As soon as I talk about our little housekeeping items, I will draw a prize. And the way I do that is I stop. My finger scrolls up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins the prize. If you win a prize, I will ask you to shoot me an email with the name of the prize that you won in the subject line. That makes life so much easier, especially when there's so many prizes. I think we figured out there's like 35 prizes today. And that just saves me a step of having to go sift through everything and try to figure out what you won. So if you know what you won, hopefully you do. Send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, subject line, put what you won, and then the body of the email, put your address. So that's the first thing when it comes to prizes. Next thing, there's a big sale going on, the website at lailbymail.com for International Scrapbook Day. My favorite little furry friend is right here again. Literally just like walked right here. Now he would like me to say hi to him or pet him or something. So hello, Reg, it's not going to work. He's been all over this morning. He was on the prize table earlier. He slept probably for 3 hours this morning, and literally the second I stopped talking, he woke up and then decided he needed to, you know, be involved in whatever I was doing. He likes me. I'm his person. He wants to be right on top of me all the time. So, well, I picked him up and put him down so many times. Yeah, you stay there. Oh yes, big sale. So we're celebrating International Scrapbook Day this weekend. Yesterday kicked off with a big sale on my website, also with the new product launch. Some questions about the sale. There's no coupon code needed. So the the products in the sale are already marked down. You will see the original price and then the sale price. There are a lot of them, or there were a lot of them as of yesterday morning. There were 300 some odd products on sale. Some that I brought in specifically for the sale, others that maybe some older collections that I had taken off and now put back on again for the sale. So you'll see all of those things there. You can find that sale if you go to laylebymail.com. As soon as you get there, there'll be a big banner with some balloons on it. Click that. There's a little button at the bottom. Click that. That will take you to the sale. If you have already shopped, and this is very common, if you've already shopped and then you decide you need something more, don't feel bad because it happens quite often. Normally I say shoot me an email and tell me what you'd like to add, and I can add it for you and send you an invoice. When things are crazy like this and the sale is happening, it's better off if you place a second order. If you place a second order or multiples, because there are some of you that have more than one order, more than two orders, when the team gets ready to ship your order, they always check, and this is standard procedure anymore. They always check to make sure that you don't have more than one order. If you have more than one order, they pack it all together and then refund you the shipping charges on one order, or if you have more than two, all but one of the orders. All right, so you see something you want to add, go ahead and place another order. When your order's ready to ship, they'll let you know and you'll get a refund for the shipping and all that. All right. So, what else? I noticed there was a little question at the beginning about pocket pages. And I will just clarify a couple things on this, talk about pocket pages for a moment, and then those of you that didn't know this, now you know. The question was, are the Doodlebug 6x8 pocket pages the same whole configuration as the Simple Stories 6x8 pocket pages? The answer is yes. Also, Echo Park are the same. I also believe that Scrapbook.com are the same. For the most part, anytime you see a 6x8 album with two rings, for the most part, not 100%, but they are interchangeable. So yes, for Simple Stories and Doodlebug, 100% interchangeable. There is one difference between Simple Stories and Doodlebug. Simple Stories are top-loading pocket pages. The Doodlebug pocket pages are side-loading. So you put your photos and your cards in differently. All the same thing. They just operate a little bit differently, but they are the same size, which means they're interchangeable. Last thing I will say about pocket pages. If you have a 6x8 pocket page that has more than two holes, and you have an album that has two holes, two rings, or vice versa, album that has six rings, pocket page that has two holes, you can still use them. Take your washi, put washi on both sides of that little margin where your holes are, and then you have a pocket page with virtually no holes, and then punch your holes where you need them. Then you can make pocket page work for anything. You guys, like seriously, he is asleep where we need to work. He is like dead asleep, like only cats can do. So Reg, I'm so sorry, buddy, but I have to take a moment and move him because that is not going to work. We will not be able to operate that way. Okay, just lay down right there, please. Lay down right there. That's where you like to be. Lay down right there. There you go. Lay down. Now there's, I'm sure, hair everywhere. What else? I think the last thing is all the new products that I showed yesterday and this morning and that I've been using in the morning session, also will continue using the afternoon session, are in stock and shipping now. This time of ordering when there's a sale or there's a big new release, sometimes takes a little bit to get to the orders. So team always ships in the order they're received. So if you placed your order yesterday morning, your order should ship more quickly than if you place your order, let's say tomorrow afternoon, Sunday afternoon. They go as quickly as they can while still making sure that your orders are correct. So it can take up to 2 weeks now for your orders to ship if you have, if the later your order is. Just to put that out there, just so you know. It's not that, everyone's on vacation, it's just lots of orders. So I think that's it, friends. I think that's all we have to talk about. I can see all kinds of chat happening over here, over to the right, my peripheral vision, because we need to do our first giveaway, right? So let's see my list. My list. That's my list of all the prizes for today. First list. Oh, guess what we're starting out with? Perfect. We are starting out with my brand new postcards and passports. This is the paper pack in the new postcards and passports collection. In the paper pack, you have 12 sheets, 2 sheets each of 6 designs, but everything's double-sided, so there's actually 12 different designs. All right, so the winner of the postcards and passports paper pack is Terry Leto. Terry, yay! Terry. Congratulations, Terry. You are the winner of the postcards and passports paper pack. Terry, shoot me an email. Let me know what you won. Send me your address, and we'll be good. Now, don't be sad if you're not Terry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are 11 more prizes in this live afternoon session. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 more prizes between the after party AM and after party PM. All right, so lots of prizes yet to be had. There were some really fun things that I saw happening during the break. Number one, this morning I had shared that Terry had, she came to Little Craft Fest, and that's where I was last weekend. And she made some really fun little things. She, for all the Squirrel Squad people that were there, she made these cute little charms. Terry, I can't remember what you call them. These clips? I don't remember. These cute little charms, like you could hang on your traveler's notebook. She gave one, a special one to me, and then made some others for all the squirrels that were there and gave them out. She, because I gave her permission, that's important, right? I told her they were so amazing that I said, if you would like to post about this in the Layla by Mail Facebook group, if you want to offer them up for sale, you're more than welcome to. So this is what, that is what she made me. This cute little charm, and it's got little squirrel, like Shrinky Dink on it. It has a little pencil, a little flower, and then that is a mini traveler's notebook. It is a mini traveler's notebook. When you open that, there are little pages in there. I mean, they're amazing. Anyhow, Terry posted about that, a couple of different options if you want to buy those in the Layla by Mail Facebook group. That happened during our break. A couple of you were already leaving comments on the morning email or morning video to enter in those after party prizes. And Carrie left a comment. Oh, I love what she said. She said, you know what? This morning I've been bouncing back and forth between your live and Vicky's live. And in Vicky's live, I am making mixed media. And then I'm going to take what I made in Vicky's live, and then I'm going to list with it in your live, which I thought was so cool. And that is just such a great, it's a great, what's the word I'm looking for? You guys are always so supportive. You're always so supportive of people in the industry, and I love that. And I love that you can be at different places at the same time, right? I know there's a lot of places you could be today. Lots of people doing things for International Scrapbook Day. So I appreciate that you are here with me for however long that you're here. But also appreciate and love that you are kind of dipping your toe into other things as well. So Carrie, if you're here, I saw that. I thought that was awesome. All right, friends. Ashley, thank you. Ashley said your team does a great job. I have an amazing team. I do. Lily and Denise do all the packing of all the orders, picking the products. They are amazing. And then, of course, Amy. Amy's my right hand. I couldn't do anything without Amy. She handles all the sourcing and all the products and does lots of other things as well. And then I have a number of different designers that I work with. And then also the design team, who takes amazing products and then actually does things with them besides me, so you can see lots of different ways to use them, which I think, Susanna, I don't know if you're still on here, but I think I saw you earlier. I think I saw you earlier. Oh, Terry, okay, I just saw Terry's comment. Terry said, Lael, I would like to pay my live price forward. Please give away a $25 gift card on me. Well, oh my goodness, Terry, thank you. That's amazing. Thank you. But Terry, you still need your live prize. Make sure you get your paper pack from me. So I love that. I love that you're doing that, Terry. So let's give away that one right now, too. I just need to make sure to add it to my list. That means you get, I think, Terry, let's see. When you said $25 gift card, do you mean to my site? I think that's what you mean. Let me just write that down. But I'm not sure, because maybe it's for your charm, so let me know. But I will draw for that one right now. Let's see. That is going to Tracy Carell. Tracy, congratulations. So Tracy, shoot me an email, layoutbymail@gmail.com. I just wrote your name down as Tressel, like Tracy Carell Tressel. Yeah, Tracy Carell. And let me know that you won the gift card, and then we'll get you what you need for that. All right. Thank you, Terry. So sweet. You guys are always so awesome. All right. All right. There's Susanna. Yes, Susanna is one of my amazing design team members. Thanks for hopping on, hon. I love that. Never know. I don't ever ask anyone to come. So I love that you guys just show up when you do. It's so fun. All right. I need to make sure I didn't miss anything because I scrolled and then scrolled and then scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. Amy is also here. Gift card. Okay. Gift card to layoutbymail.com. I thought that's what you meant, but wasn't sure. So Tracy, you have $25 to spend. Shoot me an email, and either tonight or tomorrow morning, I will send you a coupon code to use for that $25. And thank you, Terry. Amy is also here. So Amy, you will see in the chat as I am using different products. She will be putting links in the chat to those products. So if you're trying to find what I'm using, or you want to see more about it, or look at it in a little bit more detail, or buy it, you'll see those links from Amy. Also in the description box from the video is a link that will take you to a page on my website called What I'm Using. That changes frequently. It changes every week, right? Because every week I'm using something different. But for today, that link, well, really until the 10th, well, no, more like the 7th. Anyhow, we'll take you to a page of all the things I'm using today so you can see them and shop them and buy them, whatever you need. Okay. All right. Enough with all that stuff, right? Let's just get moving and play. Dina, 3090, just picked dinner while listening. Can't wait to get home to play. You picked dinner or did you pick it up? Like, are you picking vegetables or did you pick it up? Because either one is awesome. All right. So now I need to see this. Plan with Britt. What was that all about? I missed something I might need to see here. I don't know. I miss so much in the chat. I always feel like I'm just like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I feel like I've got like FOMO sometimes because I miss all the chat. All right. I'm just going to miss it. And if it comes back around, then I'll know what it is. Oh, Kimberly. Okay, I'm going to read Kimberly's comment and then we'll flip the camera and start playing, all right? Kimberly said, at the event I'm at this weekend and we do Secret Sister gifts. My secret sister got me a Layout by Mail gift card. Oh, Kimberly, she must know you well. I love that. Because guess what? That's like the gift that keeps on giving because it's a gift for me too, which thank you. I love that. I appreciate that. Hello, Debbie Haynes from Sydney. It's bright and early where you are. She's in Sydney, Australia at 6:19 a.m. So plan with Britt. Plan with Britt. Are you brand new? You're brand new. I love that. So plan with Britt. How did you find me? Just curious. Always interested to know. Chatting is hard when playing. I know it is. All right. So let's do this. Let's flip the camera because I did a little playing during the break too. I ate very quickly and oh, I just realized I forgot to go to the bathroom. Well, we might have to take a break at some point, and if we do, you know, we'll all just take a bio break or whatever. I played a little bit more. I cleaned up some things so it wouldn't be so like tornado in here, at least from what you guys can see. It's still tornado everywhere. But I did a little bit more playing. So let's go ahead and flip the camera and we will get going. Yes, Plan with Britt. I love it. Plan with Britt took two of my workshops at Little Craft Fest last weekend. Well, welcome to you. So fun to have you. I love it. I met so many amazing people at Little Craft Fest. Oh my goodness, what an event. What an event that was. It's almost like when you come back from a wedding, you're just like, whoa, that was a lot. It was so much fun. A lot, met so many people, learned so many new things. Anyhow, I'm going to talk more about Little Craft Fest next week when we're together, next Saturday the 10th, because thank you, Colleen. Yes, I would totally forget to do that. You know that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to do a list about it next week. Now, don't worry if you didn't go to Little Craft Fest. The list will still work for you. Trust me. All right. So when we left, which feels like a long time ago, but it also feels like 5 minutes ago, we had been working on a list with my brand new postcards and passport collection. The list is called Micro Adventures. So I had mentioned this was something that I saw something on Instagram a couple weeks ago, and it just kind of sparked my interest. And so I took a photo of it because that's usually what I do. I took a photo of it, then it's in my camera roll, then I remember to look for it later. So the whole concept of micro adventures is basically little small adventures that you can do in your city, that you can do at your home. Simple things. I just wrote some notes down. Things to experience, places to see nearby, different walks, cafes, restaurants, day trips, things you could do after work, things you could do easily even from your house. So I thought it might be fun the first time that we use postcards and passports that we're not really using it for a travel collection, right? We're using it for these micro adventures. So we started out stamping. I stamped the Micro Adventures title using the brand new Murphy Alpha stamp set. That Murphy Alpha stamp set is this guy. So this is one of the stamps that released yesterday. It is a 5x7 stamp set. You can see it has solid letters and then it has the outlined versions of those letters. So I stamped that. One of the things I decided to play with during the break, I really wanted kind of the adventures to stand out. That's why I stamped that solid. But I had stamped micro with the outline, and then it just felt a little bit too plain for me. So I went back in during the break with colored pencils and found colored pencils that were similar in color to the colors that I used in those die cuts and just colored in those little letters. So many different options with that stamp set in terms of stamping with black and then coloring in, or stamping in color, or even stamping in a lighter color, the solid, and then using the outline to kind of stamp on top of the solid in a darker color, right? So if I wanted to use maybe a light green and a dark green, I could go in with a light green to stamp adventures and then a dark green right over the top with the outline. So that was fun. Because there were a couple things that hit me. The other thing that hit me, someone asked in the first, maybe Joe Disney fan? Can't remember. Joe. I know it was Joe. I'm pretty sure it was Joe. Anyhow, the other thing was that someone said, well, wait a minute. These micro adventures, are these micro adventures that you have done or that you're going to do? And I'm like, oh, no, these are micro adventures that I want to do this spring and summer. So during the break, I also added this. I took the In the Box stamp set. We've been playing with the In the Box stamp sets to create those little frames. So I added one more. I added that kind of long, narrow frame at the bottom, stamped it in that same pink, and I said things to experience this spring, summer. So now I've kind of added a little bit more explanation to my list. So later I'll be like, what the heck were these things I was going to do? Now I remember. Now I remember what. Okay. So, let me see. I need to look back. So we're talking about micro. What's going on with micro? Let's see. Terry said, is this collection making anyone else want to plan a vacation? Yes, right? I never saw that coming. Is that a micro thing? All right, let me just do this really quickly. I'm going to my workbook here, and I am going to our list ideas. There's a lot of them. So Colleen, I never saw that coming. Colleen. I always like to, if you guys give me list suggestions, I always like to note who the person was. So then, we know who suggested it. So thank you. That's a fun one. Okay, I'm still missing the micro thing. I know micro. Well, I don't really know him, but right, the dirty jobs, something like that. Isn't that micro? Dirty jobs? All right. Let me just check. A Joe Disney fan. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So sometimes I may not respond to your comment, but it goes in my head and then it comes back later. You should also add, I saw that coming. Okay, I don't know that micro thing, I guess. I don't know that. Yeah. Hello, Pamela. Nice to see you. Okay. A play on micro. Okay. I don't know. This is like way over my head. That's above my pay grade. I don't know. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. Let's keep going, friends. Let's keep going. Oh, goodness. All right. So now I am ready for my list. All right. So I had created these little frames. Normally, when I use in the box, I am using in the box to write parts of my list in the box. But I mentioned I saw someone that had done something recently. Elizabeth, oh my God, Joyful Sojourn, I think, had bought these stamps and then did this. She made frames out of them and actually decorated inside the frames. And I thought, that's so fun. I was totally inspired that. So that's where this idea came from. All right, so things that are on my micro adventure list for this spring and summer. Do you guys have a list like this? Maybe in your head or maybe written down? Things that you want to do that aren't like big vacations, things that you could do in an hour or maybe a half day or something like that. That's what's on my list. And I hadn't really thought about any of these things. I'm like, you know what? These are things that I'm going to do this summer, this spring and summer. So one is going to, oh gosh, I need a bullet stamp. Hold on. I got ahead of myself there. We need a bullet stamp. So let's, now what did I do with those? Hold on. What if we're going to take one of these little stamps from postcards and passports. So I think maybe this little guy, that might be fun. Let me just grab my sample of that though, and not a brand new one. Let's see. And I think it might be, hold on, that is one of my production samples. Let's look. Do I have it here? I think I have it here. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. I would rather not use a brand new one if I don't have to because, you know, if I already have it, I don't need to open up a new one or use a brand new one. All right, let's get that put away. Ashley had a question. She said, does anyone else plan what you'll write on your list ahead of time? Well, Ashley, I can tell you for me, 100%. Could you imagine what a blank show this would be if I didn't do that ahead of time? I think a lot of people do. And that is why I put the list topics out a couple days in advance. I always put the list topics up on a Thursday on the blog so that if you want to have time to prep, then you have time to kind of prep and think ahead. And I always also tell you what I'm using. I don't necessarily tell you what I'm using for each specific list, but I do tell you what I'm planning on using. So you've got that too. And that is where my workbook comes into play. As I am grabbing a bullet, I think we decided we were going to do this one. Does it fit on my stylus? It sure does. All right, now I got to think about my placement because that's an arrow. I'd like it to be arrowing to what I'm writing, not away from what I'm writing, right? All right, let's see. And a color. I don't want to go with a lot of different colors on here because if I alternated color every time, that would be a you know what show. That'd be a lot. So what would I like to do for my bullet color? The pink's a little bit harder to see, so I don't want to go with a pink. Do we bring in a totally new color? I mean, do we bring in, we could bring in, what haven't we used? We could bring in a little green. A green might be fun. Let's see. So it's a little bit of a different shade away from what I had used before. Modelon. Oh, or wait, maybe. I used Lucky Clover the other night. Oh my gosh, I don't use Lucky Clover enough for sure. Debbie asked, do you ever add to your list by things you see in the chat? All of the time. 100% all the time, Debbie, because there are things that, I might be like, some of my favorite songs from 1980. I may have a list and then someone brings up a song and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I love that song. And I add it. So something like this, probably not unless there's someone in my area that's here. This is probably more so, just the things that I have on my list. So let's look. That's the green. Want to do the green? Is the green too close to that? Do we need to look at the other green? Let's see. pretty much just cleaned that off by stamping it a bunch of times to get all the ink off. That green. I think we'll do this green. Jennifer said, I would probably get more done if I wrote it down. I think I need to get your workbook. Is there a video about it? There is, Jennifer. So that workbook, it's called the Listing with Lael workbook, and there is a little video flip through of it with that product that you can kind of see. It has been modified a little bit, but it's still same general thing. All right, there we go. My first mic, well, not my first, not in any particular order. Okay. Cooking. No, that's from my last list. Antelope Island. I've lived in Utah since 4th grade. So, you know, just a few years, and have never been to Antelope Island. This year is the year. Antelope Island is off of cantaloupe. No, not cantaloupe. Antelope. Let me enunciate that. Antelope Island. Antelope Island. Antelope Island is off of the coast of the Great Salt Lake. So you can drive there, but it's really in the middle of not in the middle. It's in the Great Salt Lake. All right. So there are no structures there. It's not like people live there or anything. But there are antelope there. There's also buffalo there. So that'll be it. That'll be a micro adventure for sure. We can do it in a day, a half day, a couple of hours even. So that is a micro adventure that I'm going to do this year. You can also camp there apparently, but I don't know that we'll do that. We'll see. I also understand that that's something you want to do kind of in the spring and the fall, because in the winter, in the summer. You don't want to do it in the winter. In the summer, lots of bugs. Don't like the bugs. And guess who I just saw here? My dear friend, Allison Kimball. Hello, my friend. You have a package coming your way on Monday. I don't even know if you've seen the final yet, Allison. Can't remember if I showed you. Earlier this morning, I was telling you guys about the new By the Numbers Allison stamp set. That's my friend Allison. Love you, dear, so much. Can't even tell you. Allison inspired the stamp set. So I am actually using that on our next list, or one of the next lists. Okay, Antelope Island. And Allison's comment was her ancestors settled. What? Your ancestors settled Antelope Island. That just like blew my mind, Allison. I had no idea. That is so cool. I love it. That is so awesome. Antelope Island. Yes, not also known as Cantaloupe Island. That's so funny. All right, next thing. Red Butte Gardens. Now, I've been to Red Butte Gardens before. So, Red Butte Gardens this spring to see the flowers and walk the grounds. Red Butte Gardens is beautiful up near the University of Utah. And it is just this giant, beautiful outdoor garden. All kinds of things. A lot of times they have art installations there as well, like in the gardens as well. They also have an amphitheater, and they do concerts there in the summer as well. So on one of my lists is to go there and see a concert this summer as well. But I want to do it specifically for this, not the concerts, but this, just going and enjoying the gardens and seeing all the flowers this spring. All right. So next up is, okay. So this is interesting. If you are like, ooh, I don't really know my area very well, like you think you know all the things to do, but you may not know all the things to do. So I was curious. Oh, golly. Oh, well, that didn't stamp very well. You know why? That did not stamp well. I lost part of my circle because of what was in the way underneath. That's all right. I was curious. I think I searched for micro adventures in Salt Lake City, and a whole list of things came up. One of them is called the living room hike. The living room hike. Interestingly enough, it is near Red Butte Gardens. It's actually above Red Butte Gardens. And so they call it the living room hike, I learned, because there are a lot of rock formations that seem like living room furniture. And I think that's all natural rock. I don't think it is, man-made placed rock. So, living room hike. How have I lived here since 4th grade? And I've never heard of living room hike. But we're going to do it. Little does Nick know, the living room hike near Red Butte Gardens. Nick this morning actually went on a hike near here called, oh my gosh, Bell's Canyon. And it goes up to a lake, which is very cool. And then if you really go and it gets really steep, it goes up to a waterfall. Carmen, they do still have the Alpine Slide in Park City. They do, yes. Kimberly, would your pencil board help prevent missing part of the circle? Yes, absolutely. So let's talk about that for a second. The whole idea behind a pencil board, and usually I don't use it when I'm doing my smaller bullet stamps over here. Whole idea behind a pencil board, when you are working in something that you can't take the page out of, right? I cannot take the page out of my inserts here, right? So because I can't take the page out, I need to be aware of what's happened before. All of these things, anytime you're adding die cuts or even stickers sometimes, even pattern paper, if you've got another layer, anytime you're adding a layer, it is giving you added dimension that may cause you trouble in the future. And so that's what happened here. If you put a pencil board, fancy name for something flat and thick, underneath your page, and then do your stamping on that, that can prevent some of that extra dimension from getting in your way like happened there. Now, this one, I can't tell. Actually, I can tell. It's not from this. It's from this guy. It's from that little guy, that little extra added dimension, because it was higher than here. When I went to stamp, it couldn't stamp right there because it was too high. That's what a pencil board is for. All right. Keep going. Okay, so living room. The next thing on my list is to take our e-bikes and ride along the trail in Draper. I don't know, Draper's like 15 minutes from where we are, just, another little suburb of Salt Lake. They have an amazing trail, walking trail. It's paved, walking trail, biking trail, whatever it wants to be. Where we live, there are a lot of hills. And there are some busy roads, like a little bit from our neighborhood. So it's kind of a little bit hard to take your bike from your house and go out and ride, just because there's some traffic leading up to the canyons where the ski resorts are and things like that. So in that case, we'd throw our e-bikes in the car and then drive, like 20 minutes away and then 15 minutes away and then use the trail. So we've never done that. We've walked that trail a number of times, but never taken our e-bikes there. So that's another micro adventure, right? That micro adventure costs nothing. And it can last as long as we want, right? We could go for a half an hour if we wanted, or we could go for 2 hours, and then we could go for 2 hours and have a picnic. And, your micro adventures can kind of build on one another. All right, I think I'm going to do another little bullet here, even though we just had that one there. Another thing on my list is another hike that came up that I had not heard of. The Willow Heights hike up Big Cottonwood Canyon. I've done a lot of hikes in our area. I've never done that one. I've never even heard of that one. So another one I'm going to add is in the heat of the summer, walk up the shaded part of Mill Creek Canyon. That, again, 15 minutes from our house, but that your temperature can drop like 20 to 25 degrees there. So that can make a big difference in the heat of the summer. Yes, dear? Nick came to get me some more water. All right, what's next? Okay, here's another one. This one is a friend of mine. I used to be on the board with her for the high school lacrosse and high school football. We were co-presidents on the board of our kids, our sons, for all of the high school football, all the high school lacrosse. I keep running into her at concerts. I ran into her last year at Post Malone, ran into her this year again at Post Malone, seated like 5 seats away from us. So after that, I had texted her. I'm like, so what concerts are we seeing next? And we were kind of chatting about that. And she told me about, there is Sundance. Sundance is a ski resort, but it's also a kind of year-round resort. Sundance was originally founded by Robert Redford. You may have heard of the Sundance Film Festival, kind of what he originally founded way back in the day. But during the summer, apparently, I did not know this, they have what they call a Bluebird Cafe concert series. If any of you are country fans and know about the Bluebird Cafe in Nashville, so I'm guessing it's probably a lot of those type of up-and-coming artists and the type of music that would normally be found at the Bluebird Cafe in in Nashville. But this is all outdoor because you're like in the mountains, so it's all outdoor concerts. And so that's another thing on my list is to go to a Bluebird concert concert at Sundance. I'm like, again, how long have I lived here? I've lived in Utah since 4th grade. And that's not to say that they've been doing that since 4th grade, but how do I not know about that? And we love live music. I'm like, how do I not know about that, right? How do I not know? 111 Renee's, Sundance is one of her favorite stores. Yeah, they also have a store here and an online catalog, online shopping. They've got some pretty cool things. All right, another one, more outdoor concerts. At least one outdoor concert at Deer Valley. Deer Valley is in Park City. That is another ski resort. So what's really cool about a lot of these ski resorts, they do all kinds of things in the summer, all kinds of other activities, right? It could be hiking, it could be biking, it could be concerts, it could be just going up and walking around and enjoying nature, right? All different micro adventures. This one I am super excited about, and this wasn't on my list until my friend Kathy, who lives in Denver, came into town, and she came over for dinner on Thursday night. There is maybe half an hour south of here, a place called Snuck Farms, SNUCK. And they have all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables and fresh bakery and all kinds of things like that. Well, she came over and brought some fresh focaccia and fresh greens for a salad, and the greens were so good. And then this pesto that was freaking amazing and all made there. So, go to Snook Farms. I think it's in Lehigh. I don't remember. Lehigh. If you watched all these things, Utah, that you might not know. If you watched the movie Footloose, remember Footloose from like the 80s with Kevin Bacon? Remember the flour mill where they had the dance where they weren't supposed to dance? That flour mill is an actual flour mill, and it's a town called Lehigh. That flour mill is still there. It's right off of the freeway. It's not in like some small farm town. But Lehigh, I think that's where Snook Farms is. Go to Snook Farms in Lehigh for their fresh fruits and vegetables and the yummy pesto. Oh, it's amazing. Like, eat it with a spoon amazing, because it's all fresh, right? All fresh ingredients. And I think Kathy said that they made it with almonds instead of pine nuts, which kind of a different take on pesto. All right, my last one on my list is to drive up to Rockport. Rockport is a reservoir. About 45 minutes from here. If any of you saw my Northern Lights photos from May when the Northern Lights were huge last year, that we saw the Northern Lights at Rockport. But when I was growing up as a kid, we used to go, like, talk about micro adventures, because, you know, my parents would take us to Rockport and you'd swim in the lake and kind of have a picnic and do things like that. So, is to drive up to Rockport and stay overnight in Harvey. Harvey's our RV. Harvey, the RV. And spend the day at the lake, paddle boarding, canoeing, and relaxing and reading. Like when I was a kid. All right. There we go. Those are my micro adventures that I have planned for this spring, summer. We'll see, right? Hopefully hopefully they happen. Well, I shouldn't say hopefully, Lael. I have control, right? I have control over what happens, what I do, what I don't do. So I have a plan now. When I'm not traveling this summer, I have lots of little micro adventures to keep my mind engaged, right? So I think what I will do is I'll take my little roller date stamp here and I'll use that same green. And, yeesh, hang on, I need to clean that up. How tall are the Murphy letters? Janelle, so I will tell you, let me measure really quickly, but also, assuming I remembered and didn't forget, I usually try to put the measurements of letters in the website in the description of the product, because I always want to know that, right? So let's see. They are going to be about half of an inch tall. I may not have done that. I can't remember. Half inch tall. All right. Kimberly, I love it. She said, #challenge accepted. Micro Adventures Summer 2025, right? And so we're going to have to keep talking about that. We'll have to, you know, at some point say, okay, are you guys doing your micro adventures? How are they coming? Tell us what you've learned. What did you like? What did you dislike? What didn't work? What worked? All right, there we go. That was a fun one. That turned out well. Here, not well as in, oh, that turned out good. I mean, well, this was my sketch. So that was my idea. And you know what? It actually turned out pretty well like I had sketched it. So there we go. All righty. So we will continue to use postcards and passports for a long while, my friends. And the next time we use postcards and passports, it will be geared more towards travel, right? This one, I thought it would be fun if we specifically did not do travel. Because I was so like enchanted with the idea, the concept of micro adventures. All right, so it can maybe kind of your bucket list, right? Bucket list of things that you want to do in the summer. Okay, let's get cleaned up here, and I think it's going to be time for another prize. Carrie said, this may be one of my favorite lists. I love that, Carrie. Started it, but won't finish the title until her order comes in, because I think she probably, Carrie, did you order Murphy Alpha? All right. That little font is just so fun. I love it. Okay, and now I've christened the Say It postcards and passport stamp set. Just a little bit. And you know what's fun? If you're doing a list like this, micro adventures, and if you are getting the stamp set, this one would be perfect for it right here. Because that's basically, you're right here, right? You're doing all of these things right here, wherever here is for you. All right. Oh yes. Okay. Next prize is, if you are have just been joining us and you're not familiar with the prizes, let's just talk about that very quickly. I am doing live prize giveaways all afternoon, and I'll give you a heads up before I do one. So I kind of think I said at some point I would finish this and then we do prizes or a prize. So you leave a comment in the chat. You're just chatting away. And when I am ready, I stop, I scroll up with my finger, and wherever my finger stops, you win the prize, right? So the winner of this prize, because I just did that, is Joe Disney Fan. Joe Disney Fan wins this you can't really see very well. You can't see the best part of it. You can't see the best part of it. This is the best part of it. Ignore this little guy for a minute. This part, this is the black and cream scallop Traveler's Notebook, one of my 4 new Traveler's Notebooks. Now, Joe Disney Fan, you win the Traveler's Notebook, but if you haven't seen the Wish Upon a Star, Disney themed Traveler's Notebook project kit, you might want to take a look at that, because that's what I have in here, and that's why you have that cute little Mickey charm. But anyhow, Joe, please send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, black and cream TN. In the body of the email, please include your mailing address, and the team will get your prize shipped in the next couple of weeks after they get through all of the orders. All right, so let's come here and say, Joe Disney Fan. Should we do another one while we're here? Let's just do another one while we're here. But I don't want you to see. I don't want to give it all away. I want to know what all the prizes are. This, as I stretch. One of the new products that I just released yesterday was a new size of the craft storage pouches. This is size 5. This is now 5 different sizes of the craft storage pouches. They're amazing. They're amazing. So the new size is 9.5 by 12. This prize is 2 of the 9.5 by 12s. And you might think, well, Lael, why do we need a 9.5 by 12? And I say, well, my friend, this is why. Because, well, there's 2 reasons. One reason is this. The other reason is this. I wanted a pouch where I could fit all of my 8.5 by 11 papers in, right? So that's what this one is. I took this pouch with me. This was all the papers, everything that organized the entire booth for Little Craft Fest. And so I put my everything in here. It was all nice and organized and protected. And then I just love that top zipper. So you can do that. But then the other thing is this. When you have a collection that maybe doesn't have 12 by 12 pieces or parts to it. So you don't need something larger, but you need something a little bit wider than the TN sized. This is what I like to do with the Simple Stories collections, because they're a little bit wider. There's a little bit more things than fit the other size, but I don't need a full 12 by 12 for that, right? That's what I use that one for. So this prize is going to, let me scroll all the way to the bottom and then scroll up again. And it is going to Christina Halliburton. Christina Halliburton, congratulations. You are the winner of the set of 2 new 9.5 by 12. 9.5 by 12 craft storage pouches. So let me write that down. Christina, congratulations. Christina, please send an email to lailbymail.com. Sorry, lailbymail@gmail.com. I'm trying to write and talk at the same time. That doesn't work very well. So let me just do this. Christina Halliburton. Email lailbymail. Rewind. Email lailbymail@gmail.com, please. In the subject line, please write winner 2 new craft storage pouches. In the body of the email, please add your mailing address, and the team will get those shipped off to you in a couple of weeks once we get all of the orders shipped. Okay, yay! Lots more prizes, friends. And guess what? If you are coveting those storage pouches and you didn't win, well, you know where you can find them, just on the website, right? Yes, yes, so easy. So easy. All right. Debbie's husband decided to switch their router right in the middle of what? Debbie, what in the heck? You tell him he's got to time things better. He's got to time things better, right? Okay. So our next list is, oh, we got to go to the next page now. Oh, actually, we're going to do something very quickly. Before we move on to our next list, I need to make sure to look at my little agenda here. Before we move on to our next list, I wanted to share with you, since it is International Scrapbook Day, you may not have known this about me. I have been a scrapbooker, paper crafter, whatever you want to call it, for many years. 28. Okay, I have been scrapbooking for 28 years. Now, the way that I have scrapbooked, the way that I do my memory keeping, my paper crafting has really changed over the 28 years. This is where we are now. I do a lot of things in traveler's notebooks because I really like the size and I like the portability of it. But back in the day, when I was doing a lot of 12 by 12 scrapbooking, I didn't realize I was doing this until last year. I was looking for a particular layout, one of my 12 by 12 scrapbook pages. I was looking for a page because I needed to, I don't know, take it to an event or something. There was some reason I needed it. So I was going through my albums and 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 albums. And if you're a 12 by 12 scrapbooker, you know exactly where I'm coming from. Trying to find this layout. So as I'm going through, I started noticing a pattern. I started noticing that I was listing in my scrapbook pages a really long time ago. So this is just to kind of show you, regardless of what type of format you use for your paper crafting, you can take what we do here, which is storytelling, which is documenting, which is journaling, and make it work for anything. So this was a list that I did. I don't even know. It was for it was for some magazine. I did not date it, which is not a good thing, right? You know how we always say we should date things. So I don't remember when I did this. But title is When I Was a Little Girl in the 70s. And as I was doing my little journaling, I'm talking to the boys. Stop right there, boys. Before you start rolling your eyes, listen up. Okay, so when I was a little girl, I didn't have to walk 5 miles to school each day in a foot of snow, uphill both ways. But there are a few things I want you to know about what it was like growing up in the 70s. It wasn't all that long ago. And don't even ask, yes, we did have electricity when I was a little. But then look at this. I made a list of things when I was a little girl in the 70s. The TV remote, there wasn't a remote. You had to turn the channel. Car windows, we had to roll the windows down. Cartoons, there were only 3 channels and you could only see cartoons on Saturdays. The telephone, right? You had to do this, put your finger in and dial, let alone no cell phones. And then computers. I didn't have a computer. When I was a little girl in the 70s, computers, well, they existed, but not really, right? Not for the common people. So I was listing way back when and didn't even really realize it. So if you like to do your 12 by 12 scrapbooks, you can take everything that we do and make it work for your type of paper crafting, all right? This photo, I actually just used this photo in my workshop, one of my workshops last weekend at Little Craft Fest, and that workshop was about documenting your travels. I, within a few slides, kind of kicked off the workshop with this photo. That photo is my first passport photo. I was 4 years old. That's my first passport photo. We went to Japan because my dad got stationed in Japan. So then I kind of just talked about my love for travel runs really deep and a really long time ago. That's my first passport photo. All right, so that's an example. Here is another example of a layout where I was doing the same thing. Nick, golly jeepers, Lael. Oh, I did. Summer of 2005. In the summer of 2005, so 20 years ago, Nick had a mountain bike accident. Nick was mountain biking and hit a rock, flew over the handlebars. He dislocated his shoulder. His helmet, that is a chunk out of his helmet. That is why you wear a helmet. Because if Nick didn't have that helmet on, I'm afraid I don't even know what would have happened. Anyhow, so here's my list. That helmet was a Euro helmet. Euro, I don't know how. It's not like the thing that you eat, so I don't know how to pronounce that. But here's my list. It's a good thing that they make a tough helmet, that you were wearing one that day, that you were with people when you crashed, that Dr. Chris, who fixed Nick's all kinds of things, is a close friend, that it was only a separated shoulder, that you're still with us. So what you see here is an easy way to document a story without having to be Ernest Hemingway, right? All I did was make a list. Sometimes if you like to take your photos and take words and pair them together, it can be a little difficult because you feel like you need to be Ernest Hemingway to tell the story, right? I didn't have to be, I just made a list. That's all I did was make a list. So what we do here on our Saturdays can totally apply to lots and lots of different things, all right? There's another example. And like I said, I kept going through these albums and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's another one. There's another one. This is one, Christmas morning. This is 2010. The boys are coming down the stairs of our last house and I'm taking a picture. And I said, this is what they're thinking. Look it, I just made a list of what I thought they were thinking. Finally, I've been up waiting since 4 a.m. Oh my gosh, no way. Wow, look at all that stuff. Did Santa come? Wow, that's a big TV. Wait, what's the cat doing sitting on the TV? Yay, Aunt Lainey is here. So another way where you can do a different type of list making, a different type of journaling. This would be fun now to turn into like a real list. You could make a list on Christmas morning in your traveler's notebook about what you were thinking, about what other people were thinking, about what you were feeling. And all you have to do is write very simple things without writing a whole novel, right? All right, this is the last one. This one is, you call this a pet. Jack, little Jack, this was in 2004. He got a hermit crab. We got him a hermit crab. And so I did do a little Ernest Hemingway here because I always felt like it was important to do some journaling. But here I'm telling the story about the hermit crab. But then you call this a pet. Now I'm making fun and here's my list. You call this a pet. He can't fetch a ball. You can't take him for a walk. You can't teach him to sit, shake, and roll over. You can't snuggle up to him or pet him. He can't show any affection. He can't greet you at the door at the end of the day, excited to see you. He can teach you responsibility and what it means to have a real pet so you're ready for one when the time is right. All right, so just some different, I just kind of wanted to throw that out there and show and give you a couple of examples. Really, no matter how you are doing what we do, it can be done in anything. It can be done in a scrapbook. It can be done in a mini book. It can be done in a journal, maybe with no photos and no product. It can be done in the format that I like to do in a small traveler's notebook, most of the time with no photos, but with lots of fun things to play with. All right, so that takes you back a little bit to my roots, my blonde roots, not my blonde roots, my blondish roots. Back to my roots of paper crafting. And I didn't pull out some of my very first layouts, which my very first layouts, because I've been doing it for 28 years, really would have been 8.5 by 11 with one photo, another photo where I cut around the person like a silhouette, and then probably the person's name on it. That was all. So definitely evolved, right? Just like everything we do, it all evolves. All right. So, and that, I tell you, that my roots in scrapbooking are what have, I always feel like that life takes you somewhere for a reason. I started scrapbooking when I was pregnant with Jack. And as I follow kind of my history, I started scrapbooking with Jack, was on a couple design teams for about 5 years, I guess. Quit my job in software, went to work for Scenic Route Paper Company. Worked there for 3 years until 2008 hit, kind of the whole crash of lots of things. They went out of business. I went to work for Basic Gray for a year. Went back into software for 3 years and then was out once and for all. Went to work for Simple Stories. And all of those things, my scrapbooking as a hobby, my working as a design team member for lots of different companies, working in the industry over the years, led me here to where I am, to my own Lail by Mail business and manufacturing my own products. And as of yesterday, manufacturing my own first paper crafting collection under my brand as me. It only took 28 years. So there's hope, friends. There's hope. Oh, golly. All right. So I thought that might be kind of fun to do. We are now ready for our first list for the afternoon, and that one is called Glimmers, right? Do we know Glimmers? Is it really 3 o'clock? Wow. Sorry, it's 3 o'clock Mountain Time. Well, you know, I'm always behind. Things always take much longer than I think they are. So Glimmers. Let's talk about Glimmers for a moment. Glimmers, let me just go to my workbook here because I always like to pull this out when I remember when we do a Glimmers list. Glimmers is a concept that my friend Sherry introduced to me in December. We were on a trip together and we were talking and she said, hey, something about a glimmer. And I'm like, glimmer? What is a glimmer? And she said, you don't know what glimmer is? And I said, no. And she proceeded to tell me, this is basically what a glimmer is. I will read this. Glimmer is a term that is basically the opposite of a trigger. They are those micro moments in your day that make you feel joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude. Once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, the more of these tiny moments will begin to appear. That is a glimmer. And guess what? That means something different to every person that's here, right? You get to decide what is a glimmer to you. I get to decide what is a glimmer to me. But I will tell you, since December, since I have been aware of this and kind of actively looking for glimmers, it's amazing how many glimmers I see. And I don't know about you guys, but I can never get enough joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude in my day. So if I can be on the lookout for glimmers so that I get joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude, you better believe I'm going to do it. And we might as well list about it so then we remember and we have fun, right? So that's what a glimmer is. In December, I designed the fastest stamp set I have ever designed in my life. I'm not kidding you. Because I got so excited about this Glimmers stamp set after we did our first Glimmers list in December. I'm like, oh my gosh, we need a stamp for that. We have to have a stamp for that. So the next release, I think it was January, we came out with the Glimmers stamp set. So the Glimmers stamp set is a 4x6 stamp set. You have your title, Glimmers. That little space right there in between the G and the Y is space for today I noticed, this week I noticed, or this month I noticed. So if you wanted to nest any of those under there for your list, you can. Then you have all kinds of little words that are kind of synonymous with the glimmer. Everyday moments, connected, appreciate, see the beauty, mindfulness, pause, appreciate. Oh yes, appreciate's on there twice. I didn't realize that until after it was actually done and I was using it. And I'm like, oh, well, you know what? We appreciate so much. We need to have it on there twice. Anyhow, and then you've got these little glimmer icons, little bullet. Oh, there it is. Little bullet and then your little glimmer icon so that you can list about your glimmers if you'd like. There is a Glimmers 2 in the works. So the Glimmers 2 will have a little bit more like this on it, a little bit more word art. I call that word art. So to kind of pair together with the stamp. It's time for our next giveaway because we're doing a Glimmers list, but there is a new product that came out yesterday, and it is the, okay, oh, here it is. It is the Glimmers die set. So it looks very not exciting when you see it on the sheet, but I'm going to use it. I'm going to use the stamp set and the die set. So the Glimmers die is intended to be able to stamp first the Glimmers word and then use the metal die to cut out the Glimmers word. There is a second die that goes with that. That is the shadow die. So if you wanted to stamp and then cut and then adhere it to maybe a piece of pattern paper and then cut the shadow again, you're kind of getting some layers, all right? That is the Glimmers die set, brand new. So this is our next prize, both the Glimmers stamp set and the coordinating die, all right? So let's see. Let's stop and move up to Jill Thompson. Jill Thompson, congratulations, Jill Thompson. You are the winner of the Glimmers stamp and die set. Jill, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, Glimmers stamp and die. In the body of the email, please include your mailing address and we will get your prize shipped in the next couple of weeks. Anyone that wins a prize, if you have already placed an order, we'll just ship it with your order so that you don't have to wait. So now what I am going to do, let me just go down this way. Let me go down this way. Glimmer, Zen Girls, Glimmer. She's shopping at the local scrap store. I love it. That's fun. Randomly, Rhonda said that she loves the Glimmer set and it's the first time that she's hearing about it. Yes. And it's making some traction because there's another company that just within the last few weeks, well, really within the last week, just came out with the Glimmer stamp set as well. But that's okay, right? We can never have too many glimmers. So I'm actually going to do another prize right now at the same time because I have not opened my Glimmers die set yet. So I'm going to open it and then I'm going to show you how I store my dies with my stamps. Okay. Let me get this out of the pocket, out of the package. Excuse my reach for a minute. All right, so this starts out connected. You do not want it to be connected. It is connected with a little metal piece right there and right there. So I need to, I don't know, someone said before wire snippers or something like that. I am going to pull out, I know, not the best thing, but it's what I'm going to pull out. I'm going to pull out just my little, oh, those are Stampin' Up. I'm going to pull out these scissors, all right? So I know I could say, Nick, get me your wire snippers. All right, so they come connected. That's how they're made, but then you can just disconnect them. All right, so when it comes to storing my stamps and my dies, this is what I do. I have a couple here. This is my in the envelope stamp set. I store them in this case, the 4x6 stamp storage sleeve. So the stamp set is in the front, the die is in the back, and the die I have put on a, in this case, 4x6 magnetic little sheet. All right, so for my glimmers, this is what I would do. One goes there, one goes there. My glimmer stamp set. What did I just do with that? Here's this one. We started out looking at it. I know, that's the prize. So let's see what I did with it because I need it if I'm going to use it. I'm going to stamp with it. All right, where is it? Where'd it go? I have too many things out. All right, friends, did you see what I did with it? I'll tell you what the prize is in a minute as soon as I find that. Oh, here it is. Duh. Thank you, Colleen. There we go. A couple of you are telling me it's under there. All right, so when I have a stamp and a die, I would like to store them together. So there's that 4x6 magnetic sheet, and it just goes right there in the back of the stamp storage sleeve. So I have both together, nested together right when I need them. So this second prize is this one. Where's the 4x6 one? This is the 5x7. The prize is the 4x, let's just do two. Let's do two. This was the 4x6 stamp and die storage, but it's the 5x7. So we're going to do a 4x6 and a 5x7 right now. So let's down here do the 5x7 stamp and die storage. Two right now. So someone's going to get the 4x6s, someone's going to get the 5x7s. So both of them have the same number in them, whether it's the 4x6 or the 5x7. Well, I don't need to pull them out because they're not going to want to pull out of there. You have the stamp storage sleeve, and in the sleeve you have the appropriately sized magnetic sheet. All right. So the 5x7 winner is, oh, this is funny. I have a card table in here where all of the prizes are stacked. The card table is black. Do you want to know why I couldn't see the 4x6 set? Because it was on the card table. It was black. All right. So we've got two, a 4x6 and a 5x7. 4x6 goes to Heather Murphy. Heather Murphy, congratulations. You win the 4x6 little stamp and die storage there, Heather Murphy. And then the 5x7 is going to Jody Blaufus. Jody Blaufus, congratulations. Friends, if I mispronounce your name, just know I apologize. You should also know that my maiden name is Danish, and it's Ehrenskav. So imagine me in second grade going to school for roll call the first day, Lael Ehrenskav. I mean, talk about a mouthful. So if I mispronounce your name, apologies, and I also feel your pain. Okay, so Jody and Heather, if you will both send an email to laelbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put what you want. Jody won the 5x7 and Heather won the 4x6. And then your mailing address in the body of the email, we will get that shipped off to you in the next couple of weeks. The magnets are strong. Yes, they are very strong. All right. All right. And then, you know, those guys you can find on the website. I'm not sure because I've missed a whole bunch of comments in there. But Amy, if you have not, link those stamp and die storage. Yeah, totally lost my train of thought for a minute. You guys know what I'm talking about. Here's another thing I'll show you. So this is a 4x4 stamp set. I do not make 4x4 stamp storage sleeves, but you know what I make 4x6, and we all own a pair of scissors. So guess what you do? You cut off the top of the 4x6 and it makes a handy dandy 4x4. And then that's the same thing that I do with the metallic sheet for the, not the metallic, the metal sheet for the dies. I just trim it. All right, so we've got our glimmers now stamp and die set. Got that ready to go. So I decided I wanted to use a photo for this. I wanted to use a photo for this. This is a very large photo. That is a photo that is the size of my Traveler's Notebook page. That is 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. I always say I use my Epson Creative Print, my Epson PictureMate PM400 printer and the Creative Print app for 95% of my photos. Because 95% of my photos are 5x7, 4x6, 3.5x5, or I can use the templates and just cut smaller ones out. The 5%, when I am not using that printer, it's because I use a different printer for things like this. This is a larger photo. If I'm doing a larger photo in a mini book, like a 6x8, I'm using a different printer. So that is what I did here. I have printed this off. Well, I sized it in Photoshop because I needed, the particular size. That's how I got that size. So I want to come in here and I want to trim that off. This is a photo that I took on a walk with my friend Patty when I was at that Betty's retreat I was telling you about. Just a craft retreat that I went to where I just played. I was not working, I was just playing. It is in a city in California called Fallbrook. And that area is filled with beautiful homes and rolling hills and fruit orchards. Limes, lemons, avocados. It is just beautiful. And when it is in early April and you're used to a lot of snow in Utah and you go somewhere like this and it's beautiful outside and everything is green and all the fruit and the flowers and everything, you just have to take a picture because that is a glimmer in and of itself. April, you got married in Fallbrook. Oh, how cool. And Debbie's in-laws lived in Fallbrook. That is so fun. The other printer that I use, it's an Epson, and it is, I believe it's the XP-15000. It prints up to, I believe, 13 by 19. So it is a larger format printer, but it's the Epson PictureMate. No, sorry, not a PictureMate. It's the Epson XP-15000. All right, so I am going to take the photo. And the photo is going to be my entire left page. All right, so that is going to go right there. It's going to be quite a statement. When it comes to adhesive for this photo, there's something a little bit differently that I want to do that I normally do. Normally, I just take my regular old tape runner, right? I take my regular old tape runner and I would just adhere that down. As I start to get deeper and deeper into my insert, something starts to happen. You can see on the left, these are all the pages I have done. We start to get a little bit more bulk, right? So we start to kind of have a little bit of a curve here, a slight curve. I need to make sure to have strong adhesive on whatever I'm adhering along this edge, or gravity wants to take effect and that piece doesn't want to stick. So if I use this, it would be great everywhere else, but it would tend to pop up right there, especially as this insert gets bigger and bigger and bigger and grows. So what I want to do, this is that edge that is going to be facing that center. So I want to take some double-sided tape. This is a 1/4 inch double-sided tape or score tape, swooking tape. Some of you might know it is referred to that. Whatever it is super strong. It is very strong adhesive. So that is going to ensure that it does not lift on me. I don't want that to lift. And sometimes like your photo paper is a little bit heavier weight than maybe if you're putting down just a piece of cardstock or something right there. But as I get deeper in, I'll even start doing it for cardstock. I don't have to put this along all 4 edges, but I just usually say, well, I might as well, right? And then we'll add a little bit for good measure there in the center. The nice thing about this double-sided tape is that it is really strong. The downside about the double-sided tape is that it is really strong. What I mean by that is basically when you place it, it is down. Don't try to peel it back up if it's crooked because you're going to make a giant mess and you may be tearing what's underneath. You won't be happy with what happens. So there's a little tip or a little trick that my friend Joey taught me. Joey works for Photoplay. You just reveal a little bit of the sticky on all 4 sides, just a little bit. And you'll notice as I'm revealing just a little bit of the sticky, I am taking that paper backer and I am poking it out the side, not in the center, poking it out the side. This has saved my bacon so many times I can't even tell you. All right, so I want to do that on all 4 sides. And as I do that, I now have my photo. I am going to rotate my Traveler's Notebook insert and rotate my photo. I'm right-handed. It is way easier for me to do it this way than to try to do it this way. All right, so just rotating both pieces. That's why I'm upside down, but this is also upside down. So because I have only revealed a little bit of the sticky, it gives me some movement, right? I could never, if I had removed all the sticky, and I am literally, that is touching the paper. I would never be able to do that and move it around to try to get it straight if I hadn't only revealed a little bit. So I can place this, get it to where it is even all the way around, where it looks good, and then I can press down in those spots where I have revealed the adhesive, and then gently, I made little pull tabs, gently pull that out, and now my adhesive is nice and secure. And my picture is straight, right? So that's the greatest little tip. If you make your own mini books or you ever use any of the double-sided tape like that, that is just worth its weight in gold. All right, so next thing I need to do, I have, I'd like to round the corners. So that was obviously when I cut it, there was a right angle. So I would like to round the corners. Where do we suppose the corner rounder is? I was teaching, oh, here we go. I was teaching a class on Wednesday night, I think. I don't even know. Wednesday night, yeah. It was still out. I didn't put it away. All right, so here we go. So I'm just rounding the corners because there were right angles on the photo, obviously. But I like to always round my corners because the corners of my inserts are rounded. If you leave squared off corners with on a page that has rounded corners, your squared off corners eventually are going to be a crumpled mess because there's nothing underneath them to hold them up. That's why I do rounded corners. All right, so next thing I'm going to do, because I like to outline, you know I like to outline, but that's a slick surface. Remember how in the morning session I ruined my Sharpie because I was trying to write on this? That's printer ink. I was trying to write on printer ink and it totally ruined my Sharpie. My Sharpie wouldn't work anymore. So I have a special pen that I use to work on slick surfaces. It is a Zig Photo Signature. So, you know I like my outlines. Get that going there. Sometimes with this, you have to get it started because the ink is a little bit, it's just different properties. So I need to like scribble a little bit and then we're off and running. Just doing my little outline. Round that photo. Now you'll notice something with this photo. You'll notice along the bottom, let me get my hand out of the way so you can see. You'll notice along the bottom, there's all this space right here, which may seem odd. It may seem like, Lael, why did you take a picture with so much road in it? Wouldn't you rather have like this with no road or something? And I say, well, yeah, sometimes, but sometimes I like this extra space because you can write on your photo in that extra space, but you can also add, I don't know, maybe a die cut word, maybe like glimmers right there. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's grab actually, I'm going to hold on that for a minute because I need to figure out color. So I'm going to move to this side of the page really quickly, and then I'll be able to figure out color so I know what I want to stamp. What I thought, and I honestly have not looked at this collection yet. I mean, I bought it, obviously, so I knew what it looked like. This is the Sunny Days collection from Simple Stories. It is their summer collection for this year. What I thought would be fun, I thought, even though I haven't really looked at it, I knew this was kind of the color palette, and the color palette kind of went well with this, so I thought, oh, I'm sure we can make this work. So all kinds of things, like I said, haven't even opened it yet. I think I'll put a piece of pattern paper down, and then I'll do my list on top of the pattern paper. There's been so much going on and so much traveling that I have not been able to do a What's New Wednesday in forever. So I will be doing a What's New Wednesday for the next 2 weeks, showing some of the new products because there's so many great new collections from Simple Stories, Vicky's Flower Emporium with, 49 and Market, the new Love is Kind collection from Pretty Little Studios, Vicky's Cut and Paste, a couple of other new collections. So I really need to get on the What's New Wednesdays because that's really when I see it too. All right, so let's look. No, we know we don't want that. Um, no blue. I really love these clouds. These clouds are super fun. So you know what I may do? I bet there's a cloud die cut. Maybe cloud die cut goes over here in the sky. Fun in the sun. No, not that. We're going to find something here that we like. This would work. So actually, maybe. And I love this paper. That paper I think is so fun. But we wouldn't see enough of that. We definitely would not see enough of that. That green works really well too. Even that would work. Pulling in the pink. But I think I know what I would like to use. And I think it's going to be this. Where'd it go? This one. Right? Won't that be fun? My gosh, it's like it was meant for that. I promise you, I didn't pick those two things because of that. But yeah, it's very fun, Nancy. She said, VW bus die cut looks retro, like from the 70s. Glimmers rub-ons. Colleen had a product idea, Glimmers rub-ons. So I will tell you guys, I'm going to be really honest with you here. And I am not, this is not political at all. We had quite a few products planned, totally different products than we've ever done for my holiday collection release that will come out in September. We had to pull back on those. Rub-ons was part of that. Some puffy stickers was part of that. Some other fun things part of that, but we had to pull back. The reason why we had to pull back, because some of those products are made in China. You guys know where I can, my entire, with the exception of the washi, my entire postcards and passports collection made here in the US. My idea books are here in the US, my themed traveler's notebooks in the US, my stamps US. So I produce quite a bit of products in the US, but there are just some things that as of yet cannot be manufactured in the US. There just aren't factories for them. So with everything that's happening and the uncertainty with all the tariffs, we had to pull back on some of those new product plans. So, Colleen, absolutely. I'm all over doing the rub-ons. We know exactly who we're doing them with. We know exactly what to do. What's really fun with the rub-ons, you guys, oh, and also some fun sticker books. What's fun with the rub-ons is we have so much artwork in stamps that we can turn into rub-ons and stickers, because we know not everybody likes to use stamps. So we have so many ideas, but they're just going to be a little bit longer coming until we have a better idea of what's happening with the tariffs. Because what happens is those are tariffs that Lael has to pay. So I order product and my price for the product is X. And then when it gets to the US, it's 145% more that I have to pay of what I paid for the product. So we just can't, we can't do that, because really I'd have to pass those on to you guys, at least part of it. And I know you guys wouldn't, we're just not in a position to be able to pay a lot more for products than we can. So good news is we know who we're doing it with. As soon as there's some clarity and all of that, then we'll be ready to roll. And until then, we just keep thinking of new ideas. So absolutely, Colleen, would love to at some point do rub-ons for glimmers. Absolutely, 100%. All right. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be a perfect, that just is like, perfect. Okay, so let's round the corners. And you guys know me, I don't get political. In my opinion, there's enough politics going on in our world elsewhere. I don't come here for politics. I know you guys don't come here for politics, but sometimes things like that, it's just part of, it's part of life. It's part of life. So, if you know why I'm doing something or why I'm not doing something, then it just kind of helps to know, just to know. I will tell you, right now, I have no plans to have to increase any prices. So that's good. Because everything I have either made in the US, although I will tell you, if the prices in the US go up, then I kind of don't have a choice. But all of the products that I normally do overseas, I have. All my washi's already here. The dyes are already here. My traveler's notebooks are already here. So we're good for a while. We are good for a while. Debbie. So Debbie asked, what about adding digital items to your collection? Debbie, I do. I have digital stamps on the website. I will tell you what I have learned. Not many people understand how to use digital products. Or know how to use digital products, or in some cases even want to do digital products. I can tell you that based on my digital stamp sales. So Yes, that's super easy to do because again, we have all the artwork and you don't have to manufacture anything. It's just more design time. But there's not, at least for my customers, not a huge market for it from what I'm seeing. And I don't know, we've done digital stamps probably for at least the last year, maybe a little bit more. All right, so let's see now. For our glimmers list, what if we go with a nice little piece of just lined notebook paper? That is one of my 6x8 paper packs. Just that nice little plain lined notebook paper. So I think we'll go this way. I think we'll not have the lines and we'll just have a nice little lined paper there. Yeah, that'll work. Just was thinking for a sec. All right. Simone, I have a resource for you. Simone said, I wish there was a class for how to use digital products. I feel inept. Just me, question mark. There was a designer in the industry. Her name is Tracy Reed, Tracireed. She has been a designer for a number of scrapbook companies over the years. That's how I know her. She continues to design for a number of scrapbook companies, but she also makes her own digital products. She, on her website, she has a wealth of information. She has all kinds of like free tutorials on how to use digital products. So you might visit her website and then, I don't know exactly what she has. I just know that she has some things like that. I got a lot more familiar with what she had, or that she had things like that during the pandemic, because she had, that is now a little bit too wide. She had some really fun free printables during the pandemic, because I had done a whole traveler's notebook documenting the pandemic, kind of as we were in the middle of it in the early days. And so I just started seeing some of her digital products and buying them, and then as I was using them on Saturdays, because back then I didn't have any of my own products, I just found that resource and was telling people, here you go. Here's a great resource for if you want to learn how to do some digital things. All right, we're still too narrow. I'm just like cutting a little bit off at a time here, right? And then let's maybe go to this line. Let's see. Alrighty. You are welcome, Simone. Absolutely. I'm always so happy to share information like that and to support other women. Well, men too. There just aren't a lot of men in this industry, right? There are some, but definitely support other women in this industry. There we go. Amy reiterated that. She has Tracy has a class on how to use digital, some of her digital things. And digital is digital, so what you learn really applies to anything. All right. So let's take a little hydration break really quickly, should we? Let's have a hydration break. Some water. Oh, but speaking of hydration break, in 1 hour and 22 minutes, we're going to take a break and we're going to have a toast. We're going to do a little cheers to a fun celebratory day and this amazing hobby, whether it's scrapbooking or whether it's list making or planning or whatever your hobby of choice is. That has brought us all together. So we'll do a little cheers. So there'll be another hydration break in 1 hour and 22 minutes. That I will not have water for. While I am having a hydration break, if you would like to give the video a thumbs up, that would be awesome. I would love that. Okay, so now that we know kind of color palette here, now we can work with something over here. This is our glimmers, right? So our glimmers we are going to put here, but I'm not going to stamp on the photo. I am going to, I'm going to do two things here maybe. We'll see. I am going to stamp on white cardstock and then I am going to run it through my die machine. So let's figure out, in fact, I could probably use, oh, that's photo. That's the rest of my photo paper. I don't want that. What did I just do? Oh yeah, that won't work anymore because I just folded that up. All right, let's get another piece of white paper. Let's see what we have behind us. Behind door number 3. Oh yes, this is when I was test stamping the new stamp sets before I approved them. So that will work. Let's get, what color do we want to go there? I don't know. I feel like we kind of need the pink. I feel like for it to really pop, we kind of need something pink over here. So I think we will do something pink, a brighter pink. And then I'm kind of over here liking this kind of, dare I say, almost purple, lavenderish. We might be working with that. Okay, because I don't work with that color too often. All right, pull out our swatches and see what we think might go well. Not picked raspberry. Worn lipstick. You know what it is? I think it's worn lipstick, right? Just remember I was going to use worn lipstick before and it wasn't the right color. But it is exactly what we need here. Look at the difference between picked raspberry and worn lipstick. So if you're ever like, oh, I already have a pink, I don't need two pinks. Well, when you look at something like that, quite a bit of difference between those two pinks, right? Worn lipstick it is. My swatches, you never, ever, ever will see me craft stamp without these. Because that is how I know what color that I want. That is a time investment, right? It takes a little bit of time to do all of that. But like I said, if it's something that you never craft without when you're stamping, I never stamp without that. It's time well spent. Otherwise, you're pulling out all of your pink things and trying to look and yeah. Okay, so let's get our stamping block here. Now that is a longer stamp. If you've ever joined me for stamping before, one of my favorite sayings is right size your stamping block to your stamp. If this is the only stamping block I have to have a big one, right? Because it has to work for my largest stamp. The problem is this is way smaller than this. It still works, right? I can still put this down and use this giant stamping block, but that becomes a lot more difficult to maneuver. It's much larger. There's all this extra area around it, so it's kind of difficult to get a nice even stamped impression. So if you can have varying sizes of your stamping blocks and right size your stamping block to your stamp, it makes life so much easier when it comes to stamping. Because I know some of you are like, I hate stamping. I will not do stamping. Lael, you're going to take me along kicking and screaming. That's one of the things that will help. Right size your stamping block to your stamp makes life so much easier. Next thing that will help. Normally I test first, right? But this can just be a test. I don't need to, get out my little testing notebook to do this. This is just basically scrap paper that I can use. So I do, I think I see, I'm going to make it happen now. See if you'll be able to see it. The reason why normally I test first is I can see I've got something on this stamp set. Oh, it was fine. I can see something in the R that I thought might cause an issue. Is that a hair or is it just black ink? I don't know. All right. Looks good, right? So there's my stamp. I'm going to cut that out so I can put it through the die machine. Get that cleaned off. I'm using my little stamp chamois here to clean off my stamp. We had a little discussion about this morning. Someone was asking in the chat, what do you use to clean your stamp? Because I've been taught for years, clean your stamps, right? Right after you use them. And she said, I've been taught to use baby wipes. I've been taught to use a damp paper towel. So the problem with that is I always end up with little like fibers on my stamps after I've cleaned them. And I said, well, that's what I use, stamp chamois, because that does not give you little fibers. It starts out hard and you just wet it. It's dirty, right? That means it's doing its job. It's cleaning my stamp. You don't have to worry about ever cleaning that. You just need to re-wet it once it gets hard again. All right, so now let's take our little scissors here. Tracy said she loves that stamp block. And I think she's meaning this guy. That was new at the beginning of the year. That is a 5-inch wide, 5-inch long by 1 inch tall, 1 by 5. That I did specifically for the 2025 About Last Month stamp set because a lot of those stamps are really long. I didn't have a long stamp block. So I thought, well, if I need one, other people probably need them too. So I'll just make one. But it turns out it's worked for a lot of things because, again, glimmers longer, wider. Okay, so now we're going to use the die, and I am going to use the word die. I don't think I'm going to use the shadow die. I'm just going to use the word die. So I'm bringing in my little die cut machine here. This is the one that I use. Well, one of the ones I use. This one is the Anna Griffin Empress Mini. It is small, right? When I am teaching, if I take this with me somewhere, or when I am doing my lives, I use this little one all the time because it is so small and compact. We don't have a giant machine that I'm trying to bring in and out. But basically, a die cut machine is a die cut machine is a die cut machine. It is meant to cut metal dies. Some are large, some are small. You could have one that is ages old. It still works. You might have a manual one where you have to hand crank. You might have an automatic one like mine where you push the button. They all do the same thing. They apply a lot of pressure. There are plates inside or rollers that apply a lot of pressure so that when you put the die through, it actually cuts out whatever you want it to cut out. So I need a couple of things that go with that. I need my plates. So if you are new to die cutting, I always like to use this example because most of us are familiar with making a sandwich, right? So we're going to go back to 3rd grade when we loved having a bologna sandwich, right? So there are layers to your bologna sandwich. In 3rd grade, the first layer to my bologna sandwich was the Wonder Bread, the white Wonder Bread. That is my bottom plate, all right? That's the bottom of my sandwich. That's the bread. Next up, I have the bologna. This is my bologna, my magnetic mat. So it doesn't have to be magnetic. Not every die machine has a magnetic mat, but mine is magnetic. It just makes it a little bit easier. So my bread is the bottom plate. My bologna on my sandwich is now my magnetic mat in this case. So I'm just making a stack, building a sandwich. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put down the Kraft Singles cheese. My piece that I have stamped and want to cut out is now my next layer. Bologna, and then of course you had to have Kraft Single cheese on top of it, right? The little cheese, if you could call it cheese, American cheese that you'd unwrap the plastic from. So that's my next layer. Then my second to the last layer is going to be, I don't know, I always get stuck here. The lettuce, but I never put lettuce on a bologna sandwich. It's just another layer. I have my die. So my die, I am going to lay on top right there of my stamped word and just move it around until it looks like it should go where you think it should go. Right, like that looks pretty good. So on your dies, there is a raised part and there's a flat part. It is the raised part that is doing the cutting. It's not sharp, but it's raised so that when it goes through your die cut machine and pressure is applied, it's pressed into the paper and it cuts your piece, all right? So I have the raised part facing down, flat part facing up. And you can do this one of two ways. Some people will do it this way, where they have the die raised part facing up, and then they put this on top. So basically what I'd have to do would be this. I'd still go like this. I'd still get it all ready. But in this case, I would get my highlighter tape. That's handy. My highlighter tape. And I would do this. I want to tape that there. And then I would turn it over and go that way. So either way, you're either cutting into your, in this case, my magnetic mat. That's why you see all those things on there. Or you're cutting into your top plate. There's really doesn't really matter. Eventually you have to replace all the parts of your sandwich because they get moldy, right? They just get old and they get used, so you need to replace. But for me, I just prefer this other way. So I'm gonna go this other way just because then there's no tape and there's no guessing. I mean, it's basically the same thing, but this is the way I always do it. So, creature of habit. All right. If you are new to die cutting, Amy has done a couple of amazing videos out there. They're all out there on the website as free classes, layallbymail.com. She has a beginner, basically kind of what I'm going over, a beginner class, an intermediate class, and then an expert class or advanced class. The advanced class teaches you how to do some really cool things like make your own stickers using metal dies. All right, so there's my sandwich. I'm going to turn my machine on and I'm going to put my sandwich or my plates, my stack of plates in through the little opening right here. and I'm going to press run. All right, there we go. So Joe Disney fan says she does the opposite, that second way I showed you, where she puts the die face up so it doesn't cut into the magnetic plate. Either way, you're going to end up having to replace your plates over time. It's kind of like your tires, right? You can rotate your tires, you can do all the things they say to do, but eventually you're going to have to eventually going to have to replace those things. So you either end up with this guy or this guy, but over time you'll have to do both. All right, so there we go. There is my nicely cut glimmers. That comes in handy if you want to do something like that on a photo and you don't want to stamp on a photo, right? You can stamp on a photo. If you want to try stamping on a photo, I would recommend starting with a photo that you don't care about and test it first. A lot of it depends on the ink. There is a brand called Stays On that works really well for stamping on photos. It's not my favorite personally. I don't use it, but I know a lot of people like it. I've had some success in stamping on a photo with the Versamark, the VersaFine Clair black ink that I use. In fact, I might do that on here. We'll see. Might do something else with it. But if you don't want to stamp on your photo, there you go. There's the perfect solution to get that. You can use your stamp on your cardstock and then use the die. All right, so now before we do that, let's get this die put away. That guy will end up getting lost at some point. I won't be able to find it. I want to use it again. I'll be like, what happened to that? We do still need the stamp set. We're going to use the stamp set again. Let's just put this right back in its little stamp storage sleeve, and then we're ready to keep on going. All right, so glimmers, tell me. Do you watch for glimmers? Are you familiar with the term glimmers? Just curious. And if so, tell me about a glimmer that you've experienced recently. All right, let's get this guy all, glued up. And, let's use our tweezers to pick that up and place it. See where we want to go here. I think we'll go right about here. That looks good. So do you see now, sometimes why I take pictures like that, to have a lot of space here, because then we can kind of work with the space that's in here and not really cover up the photo that maybe we don't want to cover up. Chriselle had never heard of glimmers before until today. Scrap Happy 2011, the little neighbors leaving me chalk messages in my driveway. I love that. Love it. Justine said she learned about glimmers here and tries to watch for them now. Carmen's heard from it in a past listing. Joshua yes, Deborah. I saw that on Facebook. Deborah's son Joshua is in a new program, and that's not my story to tell. It's Deborah's story to tell if she would choose to share it. But that is a huge glimmer. And that's like glimmer on steroids, Deborah, both for him and for you. That's amazing. All right. So we'll be doing our list over here. Now don't fret, because it's a lot of white space right there. Lots of white space. So we'll add something there, but we'll do that in a minute. I think we need to do some inking of that background. Inking of the background of my white, because it's kind of stark, right? Like Stark, Tony Stark. Let's get warm lipstick, since we've already used that. This is my little foam blending storage container. That is one of my products, one of our products. That one Amy brought to me, oh my gosh, right after we started working to each other, she's like, with each other. She said, hey, I've had this idea for a product for a while. The product is, you can buy the storage case. You get the storage case. There are maybe 10 different ink brands that we have, and we can add really any. But with the storage case, you also have two sheets per brand, with 20 little boxes on each sheet, meaning holds up to 40 of your little ink blending foams. Includes 40 of your little Velcro pieces, because your Velcro is what keeps those little foam heads in place. And then 40 of your circles. Now, none of the work is done for you. There's no colors or anything, but you have all the tools that you need to put that together. It just makes it real easy to store your things. So why I like to use this, I've pulled out worn lipstick, the foam head, and I have attached it to the tool. I did that in a circular motion, picking up the ink, and I am just going to ink the edges. I always joke, this is about as much mixed media as you get from me. Inking edges with ink. So it's just going to, when we set that back down, it's just going to have it lay a little bit more nicely. Now it's still flat. We've not changed it in any way. It's just that we have given it a little bit of color around the edges so it's not so stark. It just tends to kind of blend in a little bit better. I use white for everything. You won't ever see me, well, that's not true. Maybe one list out of 300. Let's say one every 300 lists, you will see me write on a colored piece of paper. But it has to be the right kind of pattern paper that's just begging to be listed on. Otherwise, I use just a variation of white, whether it's white cardstock or it's white lined or white grid. All right, let's get that put away. And then I'll lay it back down and you'll see what a difference it made. I need to redo my picked raspberry because it is, the back came off of it. So that's why that one is not in there. It's sitting off to the side. Now, after I get the ink out, I need to get a wipe, a baby wipe, because you can see it looks like I have jaundice. That's ink from this morning, working with yellow and orange. All right, so I always keep baby wipes at hand, but not for cleaning my stamps, for cleaning my fingers. Chriselle, thanks so much. I'm glad you hung out with us today. It was so fun to connect with you at Little Craft Fest, and now you can just join us whenever. Colleen said another of my recent glimmers was after seeing a play, a one-man show, coming out to the lobby and meeting the performer and getting the autograph on the program. That's lovely. I love that. That is so fun. Jolene, my son playing video games with a sister that is 8 years younger than him. Yes, right? Oh, I love that. I love that so much. I always love reading your glimmers, you guys. Debbie said having lunch with my hubs and enjoying this beautiful Oklahoma weather today. It's not raining. That's her glimmer for today, right? Okay, I'm missing all kinds of things. Oh, Tabitha. Okay, I need to just share your story because you know I love your daughter. Tabitha's daughter is 14, maybe? My daughter stood up for herself and a man friend after some volleyball teammates were bullying them. It really made my heart so happy because I've always thought Adeline was going to be a follower. I love that. That's so amazing, Tabitha. And guess what? I wonder where she learned it. She probably learned some pretty amazing things from her mom, huh? Right? She's going to be a good leader. And you know what? Our kids are molded by our actions and our words. So I think the credit goes to you there. 13. I love that. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Fly Girl 2447. I want to read this one too. On one of my flights, a million miler, so it's when you fly so much you reach a million miler status, had bought a ticket for and was accompanying an elderly homeless man he just met to Mexico to spend his final days. Faith and humanity restored. Oh, what a great glimmer that is. I love it. Sarah said, having my climbing rose burst into bloom seemingly overnight. Love it, love it, love it. All right. So here we go. See how it just, kind of softened things up. Just a tad. All right, now we need to do our little outlining here. Like so. And then I'm going to go back to the product in this collection and see what I want to add over here. And something here, I'll find something to add there as well. All right, let's look. The bits and pieces, the sentiments bits, the journal bits. I have not opened any of these yet. Oh, I know. We thought we might find a cloud to go up there, right? Oh, yes. Okay, let's start with clouds up there. I think that will be fun. Let me get a little tray just to open those on really quick so they don't end up everywhere. And I can clear them out of the way easily when we are done, ready to move on to something else. All right, these are the bits and pieces. That is so fun, that little band, isn't it? All right, maybe some flowers, but we were looking for the, where are they? The clouds. All right, there's a cloud. I don't know, we'll see. Let me find the other cloud. We'll just give it a minute. We're not gonna make any harsh judgments quite yet. And see if we think we like, come on, where's my other cloud here? I needed a bigger tray to really be able to spread those things out. Okay, here's my other cloud. Let's look. Clouds here. You know, I mean, it's not bad, but I think I would prefer to maybe just have that nice, beautiful sky up there. So do we do clouds? I think the clouds really aren't working now in my little thing here. I thought clouds would be fun, but I don't think we need clouds. I think let's look at, I might bring in the flowers. Let's look at some of these flowers. Now I need another tray. And, oh, well, I was going to say we learned our lesson with the small tray. I thought that was a bigger tray. No, it's a small one. All right. That would be nice there, wouldn't it? But then I feel like, I don't know, maybe that just sits there. Maybe glimmers, oh, look at that. That is freaking beautiful. Look at that. It's the same thing, but it's giant. I don't know, I might want that. But now I need something over here. Just something little. Something little. Oh, actually, I have an idea. And if I had looked at my sketch, I would have remembered this. There was one of two stamps I was going to use here. So, do you see my little sketch here? There's my road. There's the sky. And here is the bush. And then I'm doing glimmers there. But there's one of two stamps that I was going to put on this side, but maybe I put them over here in the sky. Maybe I stamp right there. So those stamps, one of those two stamps is coming from Documenting the Details. That is another new stamp set. I don't know where this one went, so we'll use this one. All right, I thought it might be fun to do Bits and Pieces of Joy, or This Made Me Smile, because both of them did. This Made Me Smile and then Bits and Pieces of Joy. This would be fun. Random Treasures of the Week is kind of like a glimmer thing too, right? So if Bits and Pieces of Joy, if we want something up here. Up here. We're going to fix this. I think I know what I'm going to do up here. So let's fix this and then see. If you're not sure about stamping on a photo, either take an old photo that's been printed on the same paper with the same printer, or what you cut off. So this is what I cut off from here. I can play around on this to see what might happen. So if I do this and I come back to the Glimmers stamp set, where did it go? Oh, here it is. All right, so what if I took this, that little glimmer, those three little glimmers, and I grab a stamping block, this guy. Let's see what happens if I stamp with this Distress Oxide on this photo. All right, looks pretty nice. It looks nice and sharp, right? So some things that we need to be thinking about if we're stamping on a photo. What kind of ink are we stamping with? Distress Oxide. That is a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks take a little bit to dry, right? So what I wouldn't want to do right off the bat was something like that. Oh, that was interesting though. Oh. So your pigment-based ink is a little bit chalky. So when I did that, I don't know if you can see that, I have the chalk residue on my finger, and then it's pulled the chalk off, but that little glimmer is there, and it is fine. It's not wet or anything at all. It's there. So I think what we'll do, let's do that. I think we might do a glimmer or two up here, right? Wouldn't that be fun? Where would they go? Maybe just right here. I don't know. We'll see. This one I haven't thought through too much, so we're going to see what happens, how this turns out. Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh, it worked out okay. I should have used a pencil board under there because I could feel. So look at that. That's kind of fun there on my photo, isn't it? So then what if I do the smaller version of that? Maybe right up there. Let's try it. See, we might as well try things if we don't really know how they're going to turn out, but what do we have to lose? We take a piece of old photo paper or take an old photo that we don't really care about and play. That's how we learn so many things, right? By playing. That's how you learn what works and what doesn't work. That's why I always told our boys, you know what? Date as many people as you can, because that's how you know who the right one is, by finding out who the wrong ones are, right? So you play around, test things so you know what works and then what doesn't work. And then when it's time to apply whatever you've learned to your project, then you're not ruining your project by learning. All right, let's put that in there. That will be a good idea to add that. So maybe we'll just add these little guys right here. Actually, I am going to live on the wild side. I'm not going to put a pencil board under there. And this is why. The reason I'm not going to put a pencil board, your pencil board can only get so far in, right? It can only go so far. And then it stops. What I was worried about there was that pencil board was going to stop. And then I would only end up with partial. I'd only end up with my partial stamp because it wouldn't be able to stamp where the pencil board was. All right. So I think that's good for now. But what we just learned is we can also stamp here, right? So do we take one of these? I don't know, you know what? A story worth telling fits really well right there. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to add that, a story worth telling right there. Now these are like little minuscule stories, right? Because they're really just like one-liners of things that, although there will be some things I expand upon a little bit more in my glimmers. But I think that's worth it. I think that's good, a story worth telling. So put this guy back over here. And now the question is, I think I'd better do that color. What I just realized though first, I have not used these. So we need to go about a process of priming our stamps before we can use them. You should always do this with any of your photopolymer stamps. When we rebranded in March, all the back of the stamp packaging going forward now has some great information on the back. Stamp care, how you should care for your stamps. And then also, if you scan that, that little QR code will take you to a video where I go through this whole process with you, where I am talking to you about the importance of doing what I'm doing. And in general, it's priming or conditioning your stamps before you use them. There are a number of different ways to do it. I go over a few of those ways in that video. It's not long. It's maybe like 15 minutes or something. But the whole point is that you really should prime your stamps before you use them. Your photopolymer stamps, based on how they are manufactured, are going to have a little bit of residue on them. You can't see it. You can't feel it. But you know it's there if you ink up right away and stamp and go, oh, that's weird. My ink didn't quite stick in some places. I wonder why that is. And then you'd re-ink again and you'd be like, well, that's weird. Now my ink is sticking in other places, but now not over there. It's because there's a little bit of that residue. So the way that I do it, the process that I use is what I'm doing here. I have used just a plain white eraser. Color doesn't matter. But I am just rubbing off any of that residue. And then I am cleaning it with my stamp chamois. And then I am drying it. And the reason I'm drying it right away is because I am going to ink it right away. And the pigment inks, your distress oxides are water reactive. So if there's a little bit of moisture on your stamp, it's going to react with the ink and may give you a different impression than you were thinking, because it will alter the color a little bit. And some colors it really alters, and other colors not much. But always a good idea to dry before you use. Okay, so now we're ready. We were using story we're telling. And I go through that, I went through that very quickly, but I go through that whole process a little bit more in depth in that video class. And Amy just linked it in the, linked it in the description box of the video. All right. So we are going to use this color because I think it will look odd if I all of a sudden throw black in, all right? But we do need to, we'll just test it again, and we'll test it on our photo paper here, right? Might as well test it on there. Someone said something about, Fly Girl said, I love how you aren't afraid to just try it, Lil. Well, you know what? I mean, what do we have to lose, right? We're just playing, we're testing things. If we didn't like how it turned out, we turned the page, we learned. Or we print another photo, or we put a big old flower over that whole area and we call it good, right? Not a lot that we can, we don't have a lot to lose. And then if I try it too, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes, let me clean that off because it's interesting. When I clean that, it leaves that kind of chalky residue there. I mean, I think it's fine, but all right, dry it again. But sometimes what I was saying is, if someone else tries it before you do, then you're like, oh yeah, I can totally do that. I saw her do it and it was fine. Sometimes we just need someone to hold our hand while we do it. Present company included. That would be me and mixed media with Vicky. Like Vicky, the only way I'm doing it is if you come to my house. And sometimes we do that. If we do it together and then she holds my hand and then I'll do it. Otherwise, probably not. All right, where's our pencil board? Put that in there, and I'm going to stamp a story we're telling. Ooh, that's kind of fun, isn't it? All right, clean this off. Now, someone at some point, a few minutes ago, I think, I should probably give you a heads up. Once I do this little part, I think it will be time to have another giveaway. So you're forewarned. What I do need to do though very quickly, I need to go wet this again. So let me just go wet this because it's getting very dry because it's been used a lot today. Watch out, Reg. Move out of the way, buddy. Yeah. Almost stepped on the cap. That would not have been good. All right. So, yep, all I did was just wet and rehydrated it. Just wet it in the sink and it's all good to go again. All righty. Isn't that so fun? Lindsay Hellman made that for me after one of my lives when I had to say I'll be right back. And she did that in Photoshop or something and sent it to me and said, emailed it to me and said, hey, I made this sign for you, so next time you have to go, people know where you are. And I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Reg, no. Go on, buddy. Go on. VS Vicage said, I need a be right back sign for my life. I know, right? All right, go on, buddy. Go. Go. You need to go out of the way. He's getting ready to walk right over this. Come on, dude. Come on. Go find Dad. Go find Nick. Please go find Nick. Please go find Nick. All right, so now I have all of this here, this really bottom heavy. Do we want to do this up here? That could be fun up there. There we go. I think that's good. And then we'll have to do something a little bit down here. Well, I'd say either up here or down here, but not in both spots. The reason I say we need to do something probably small down here is because we have this kitty catty corner thing going. Kitty corner, I say. I need a visual triangle. So I want to put something here that will draw that triangle, and then that's very pleasing to the eye. So we'll end up putting something there. All right. But that stamp is from the new Documenting the Details. I'm really excited with this stamp set. And then so there was something similar, right, that we saw in Postcards and Passports. So have a new designer that is helping with my stamps, which I love this type of look. So we'll still do very much our listing type stamps, but also start incorporating stamps like this that just like add an extra pop of interest to whatever it is we're doing, or any kind of stamping that we're doing. All right, kitty catty corner. Yep, we've done it. We've had it. We've had the kitty catty corner. We've had the pop versus soda discussion. We've had the roly-poly versus potato bug discussion. We've had all the discussions. Well, no, we haven't. We've had lots of discussions about that. Based on, from what I have discovered over the years, based on where you were raised, we call things differently based on where we were raised. Now, and I'm not talking about like Canadians calling a couch a Chesterfield. I'm talking about in the U.S., different names for the exact same thing. Well, I guess couch, but you know what I'm saying. Potato bug versus roly-poly. I have always known it as a roly-poly. And you might be like, what the heck are you talking about, Lael? It's the little gray bug that rose up in a ball that looks like an armadillo rolled up. And depending on where you grew up, you may have known it as a roly-poly, or you may have known it as a potato bug or a pill bug, right? And why is it that we're okay with a bug like that, but if it has 8 legs, we're not okay with it? It could be the exact same bug, but if it had 8 legs, we would freak out because then it's a spider. But if it rolls around into a ball, then it's okay. It's cute bug. And then don't even get me started on a, isn't it Chesterfield? Isn't Chesterfield old name for a couch in Canada? Chesterfield, I think so. All right. Here we go. I love the spikiness of these flowers. I just love all the spikes. Like these pieces, and the little spikes there. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off the part that's bleeding off the edge. We talked about cutting off bleeding appendages. Yeah, that didn't sound very good, Lil. I don't like things to stick out the edges of my traveler's notebooks, but I do like them to go to the edge, so then we just cut them off. Chesterfield, yes. Oh, Vicki and I get in that discussion all the time. Caramel versus caramel, right? I call it a caramel. She calls it a caramel. So it's funny. There'll be all kinds of words, and she'll mispronounce something, or I'll mispronounce something, and I'll be like, well, that's what they call it in the U.S., or she'll be like, well, that's what they call it in Canada. We kind of joke about that. All right. Jolene has millipedes as pets. Wow. That is so interesting. Millipedes as pets. Huh. Jennifer said, Jolene, my daughter has millipedes too. I didn't even know that was a thing to have a millipede as a pet. I had no clue. But that's very interesting. I'm fascinated. I am fascinated. All right. So for my list, let's look. These are things I noticed over the last month. So I could do, really it's not a today I noticed. It's really a this month I noticed. Even though this month is May and it just started, I think I'll do this month I noticed. It's all relative, right? Let me just get that little bullet stamp off to the side here. So what I'm going to do though with this is too long for where I want to use it. It would be perfect right here because that's where they're designed to go. They're designed to nest right under that, but I'm not going to do it there. I would like it to go here But it is really too long for me because if I put this here, it's really pushing it. And then I have all this other space here. So what I am going to attempt to do is to mask the stamp. So I'm going to stamp part of it and not part of it, and then stamp the other part of it and not the first part of it. It's very, it sounds way more complicated than it is. It's just like the operation game. It takes a steady hand. You know what I mean by the operation game? All right, I think that works. That should be fine. All right, here we go. I have it up in the block. I'm going to grab a sticky note. Size doesn't really matter. It can be any kind of sticky note. And I am going to, Shannon and Michelle and Vicky, if you guys are out there, I know I'm going to have you laughing at that for the next 10 years. And if you're not, then just ignore that. All right. That hit me right as I was saying it. Okay. So this month I noticed. So I'd like to do this month up top, and then I noticed below. So as I look at this, I need to figure out where I want this month. Move this over a little bit more. I'm basically creating a mask. I'm still going to stamp the entire phrase this month I noticed, but this month will be on the white paper, and I noticed will be on the yellow. So that, and I just need to look at this really quickly. This month, okay, that's good. So that, even though I noticed a stamping, it's not stamping where I don't want it, all right? It's not doing anything here. I will still ink the whole thing because it's just easier to ink the whole thing than not to. Sometimes you could try to just get ink on part of it, but this is just easier, I think. So we will come, oh, let's test it first. Let's test it first. Really quickly, let's test it. All right, I just didn't press evenly, but we're good. So let's ink this up again. And we will do this. So we're going to do this month and very carefully do this month and then have I noticed be on the sticky. All right, that's a mask. And when I pull off the mask, do you see how I noticed is on the sticky note? When I pull off the sticky note, there we go. Now, I didn't get it on the line. I got it in between lines, but I was looking more for placement. If I had put it in here, that would have given me too much white space above. So that was actually intentional. So now what I'm going to do is, let me just clean this off, and then I will re-ink it again. Dry it off. And now I want the I noticed part and not the this month part. So this, ooh, this could get a little tricky here. Let's see what happens because got to move this over a little bit more. Ooh, yeah, we don't want that on our photo. So let's do this. So it's not on our photo. No, it's on the paper. The sticky's on the paper. I need to bring this a little bit closer to me, okay? So I can see it a little bit better. Move it just a tad. All right, let me look again. A little bit more. So it is a little bit of trial and error. And you're not really trying, you're just pretending to try as you are placing your sticky. I need to go a little bit more. I think every time I lift it up and say I need to go a little bit more, that I don't really go. All right, let's try it. Maybe on this one, we'll try not to get too much of. All right, I really didn't get anything on the H, but I could probably even just try to get it off if I did get anything in there. But I still want to have my mask as my fail-safe. All right, so look what happened. I had a feeling this was going to happen. Because part of my stamping block, let me put this on. Because part of my stamping block is over here, I'm not able to get kind of a flat impression because part of it is coming up here. That's why the I and the N were not able to stamp, because it was lifting the stamping block over here. Now, there's a couple things I can do to fix that. If I wanted, I could take another piece of paper and stamp I noticed again and then put it right over that so you wouldn't even see it. I could just stamp I noticed. I could stamp that whole thing and cut out I noticed and put it over the part that's a little bit of a blip. Or I could try to write that word, which is what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to write the I and the N. That is worn lipstick. So if I grab worn lipstick in the watercolor pencils, remember, I don't do mixed media, so I don't use watercolor pencils for watercoloring. I use them as a colored pencil. But in theory, that watercolor lipstick color is the same as that water lipstick color. So let's grab this little guy. Worn lipstick. Now, this is a little bit easier to do with these letters because they're very plain, right? So I can draw a straight line-ish with the I. I'm going to start out by really sharpening that because I would like to have a bit of a sharper edge. Yeah, no, oh no, no darn, right? It happens, but that's part of what we do here is make mistakes on accident. I don't do it on purpose, but it is a learning opportunity, right? So that's when we go, okay, so what can we do to fix it? So now what I'm going to do, I'm taking that sharp edge, there we go. And you can see how I know I and the N did not really work. And I am going to fix it. There's my I. It's a little bit taller than the other letters, but that's okay. I mean, no one's going to notice my I and my N in I noticed. Not at all, right? Not at all. Okay. Not bad for a little hack job, right? Not too bad. I mean, it's not perfect. But again, sometimes we like things not to be perfect because we don't want people to think it's AI art, right? We don't want people to think it's that it's AI generated art. All right. Yeah, it works, right? It works. It's fine. If I didn't have the same color in the colored pencils, I could go to all my colored pencils and try to find a color that was similar. But by the time everything's going to be done, no one's going to know or care. And you know what? If they care, guess what? I don't care. If they care, I don't care. All right, so this month I noticed. Check on this. Just wanted to look at that up close, just so we can kind of see how that is looking. And it's dry. It's not going anywhere. I don't think it's going anywhere. Oh no. When I did that, I still had some of the chalky residue on. Don't mind me. All right. So we have our this month I noticed. What did we notice this month in our glimmer world? Well, maybe, what if we do that little glimmer right there? I think we should do that there maybe. Because it's kind of plain. It looks like it's floating. We've got floating words a little bit. So, good. There we go. Oh yeah, now it looks better. See, you're going to be so enamored by the little glimmers, you won't even notice the I and the N. Right? Right. All right. So this month I noticed I have, when I was pulling off the stamps, I pulled the little bullet glimmer off of the sheet. It had migrated a little bit on me. It moved. Your little tiny bullet stamps sometimes will do that because they get a little bit of dust or lint on the back. So just take, your chamois or a damp paper towel or your wipe or whatever on the back side, the flat side, and clean it off. So we'll put that now on our little stylus and line it up with the squirrel so we have the same orientation every time. And we're ready to roll. This month I noticed, I don't know, you know what I feel like we might need? Instead of warm lipstick, I feel like we should bring in a little bit more color maybe. And so I think green. I think we might want green glimmers, green little glimmers. Let's see what we'd like to have here. Lucky Clover, no. Evergreen, no. Pine Needles. Rustic Wilderness is probably the closest. And it's not dead on, but it's probably closest. Oh, you know what I just remembered? Well, that didn't happen. I remembered I was maybe going to use that purple. No, I didn't. That's all right. Rustic Wilderness. Let's grab Rustic Wilderness. Let's grab. Oh, I just remembered. Somebody asked me about these, the planners that are, the rainbow pieces of things that are behind me. Those are planners. Those are planners from my Carpe Diem days, a long time ago. Well, six years ago, at least. All right. So now we're ready for our glimmers. And I guess we'll start right here. This month I noticed. So my glimmers. Nick and I were on a walk, and this is basically, I'm just now going to say what I'm writing. Nick and I were out walking one day and saw a little girl blowing bubbles. It was totally a glimmer. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. She's just a little girl with her mom or grandma outside, and she was blowing bubbles, and there's little bubbles in the air, and she was having so much fun. That was just a little kind of everyday moment that sparked a joy for me, right? So glimmers are different things to different people. What may be a glimmer for me, maybe it's not a glimmer for you. Maybe what is a glimmer for you may not be a glimmer for me. All right. And then it's funny because then I look in the chat and I'm like, what? What? All right. Next one. Oh, my friend Michelle. Some of you know my friend Michelle Kraft. My dear friend Michelle. Michelle texted me a photo of her and Jim and Lauren, their daughter. They were driving to Seattle. Her husband, Jim, has brain cancer. And so it's a very, very, very difficult time for their family. And just out of the blue, she sent me a text, and it was a photo, and she said, we're going to Seattle to talk to another doctor. And I just sent me a text of the three of them. So that was a lovely, very much a lovely just glimmer. We live in an area where there are owls. And sometimes in the late at night or in the early morning, you can hear the owls hooting. And that is 100% glimmer for me every single time I hear that. Now, they're pretty loud. Like sometimes it'll wake me up out of a dead sleep. But that's something I'm glad to be awoken for. Awaken for? Whatever. I'm glad to hear that noise and it wakes me up because it's just, I love that sound of a hooting owl. A hooting owl waking me up in the middle of the night. If you've never heard a hooting owl in person, oh my gosh, it's just, to me, it's one of the neatest things. That's always a glimmer for me. Yes, prayers for Jim. It is, it's just heartbreaking. It really is. It really is. Some of you know the Kraft family because the teaching I've done in Spokane, and that's how I've known some of you. They have the perfect last name for their business. They do scrapbook retreats and have a scrapbook store. And that's how I know Michelle, dear friend of mine, but it is incredibly heartbreaking. It really is. And that's one of those things, you just don't know what to say to someone. You don't know what to say to someone that is going through something like that. And you know what? You just say, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. I'm here if you need to talk. I'm here for you. I'm thinking about you. And yeah. All right. This was one of the coolest things that's happened to me in a long time. And this was actually one thing that was on my list in about last month. Getting on the plane to fly to San Diego and seeing one of my high school friends. Kathy Dinger Burke on the plane and talking the entire flight. That was so fun. I have not seen her in at least 20 years, at least. I got on the plane and I'm like, Kathy? And she's like, Leo? I mean, it was just one of those, you know, what are the odds? We're both flying to San Diego for different reasons, the exact same day, the exact same flight. That was a glimmer for sure. That was one for sure. On that same flight, when I was coming home, well, on that same trip, when I was coming home, baggage claim. I'm at baggage claim, and there is a man getting his luggage. And I notice he's getting a red suitcase because you don't really often, and this red, like bright red, like this color red suitcase. And I'm like, you know what? You don't often see a red suitcase. So I'm looking at his red suitcase, and then I look at him, and I'm like, do you know what? I have like looked at him, I don't know how many times waiting for my luggage, and never put two and two together. I started really looking at him. He had long white hair. He had a white beard and mustache. He had red eyeglasses. He had on a red shirt. He had on red shorts. And he had on red socks. And he had on red Crocs, red shoes. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is Santa. Like, that is Santa. That is summer Santa. So I saw summer Santa. And that was, you guys, I mean, talk about a glimmer, right? And you know what? That just goes to show you, if you're not looking and paying attention, I had probably seen him, you know, as I was waiting for my luggage, I'd probably glancing around, looked at him 5 or 6 times. But it wasn't until I saw his red luggage. I'm like, that is freaking Santa Claus. So that was a fun glimmer. So seeing summer Santa at baggage claim with a red suitcase and dressed all in red. Talk about a moment of joy. I'm like, oh my God, it's summer Santa. And then on that trip, Nick had picked me up. He was picking me up from the airport. I get in the car. I'm like, Nick, I saw summer Santa. I saw summer Santa. All right. Next up, what else do I have on my list? I had a really nice friendship-based text from my friend Sherry. It was just one of those texts when someone sends you, and it's just like thanking you for your friendship. It was just like one of those, oh my gosh, that was so nice. Thank you. A lovely kind of thanks for being a friend. Text from a friend. So when we talk about glimmers, we talk about 2 things. Number 1, we talk about being on the lookout for them and experiencing them. We also talk about maybe putting glimmers out there in the world for somebody else, right? Like how I felt so good after my friend Sherry sent me a lovely text about thank you for being a friend. Well, I can turn that around and give that glimmer to someone else, or give a glimmer, put a glimmer out there in the world for somebody else, right? So when you start thinking about glimmers, if you haven't thought about them before, think about both giving and receiving. I think that's a good thing. When we were in Texas for Little Craft Fest, Nick and I were on a walk. Not walking in Memphis, this is walking in Houston. It's actually really Conroe. Walking in Conroe and seeing tiny turtles in the lake. These little turtles, you're just looking around, and these little turtles at the edge of the lake, and their little heads pop up, and it was just like, oh my gosh. I said to Nick, well, there's my glimmer for the day. Those little cute tiny turtles. Now I have more things. I have eating dinner at our house the other night, and I'm hearing doves. We have a lot of doves around us, and hearing their little cooing. That was wonderful. Always this time of year, driving with my sunroof open, that just brings me so much joy, especially this time of year when it's been so cold and so dreary for so long. That being able to open the sunroof and drive is amazing. My doctor is retiring. She just told me the other day, and she's been an amazing doctor and has helped me with so many things. And she gave me a big hug. I've never hugged my doctor before, but it was just really sweet. So that was another nice glimmer. And now I'm saying these because I run out of room, because there's one more I have to add here. Walking in Fallbrook. That was this, right? So I need to tie that in because that's what this was. Walking in Fallbrook and just enjoying the beautiful rolling hills and the scenery, and going for walks in Fallbrook. All right, so those are my glimmers. I'll tell you another glimmer on that trip, because where we were staying, there's a large orchard of lime trees right there. And so people then come and pick the limes to, sell them or whatever they're doing with them, right? There's a big truck full, like a pickup truck full of boxes of limes. And then there was a car with a hatchback, and there were limes just to the brim in the hatchback of this car, not even in boxes, but you just walk by and you're like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. There's all these limes in the back of the hatchback. So that was kind of fun too. So glimmers. That's when my friend Sherry, who sent the text to me, is also the one that introduced me to glimmers in December. And I'm so glad it's something that she introduced me to, because it really is, it can be just a nice little, we all need a little bit of joy, or a little bit of peace, a little bit of calm in our lives. And for me, that's what glimmers are. And the more I watch for them, the more that I see them. So, glimmers with our little new die. I gave that away. Did I? Okay, oh my gosh. Did I? Glimmers. Did I give the glimmers away? I did. Okay, Jill Thompson. I'm like, oh my gosh, you kidding? Did we go that long? And nobody reminded me that I didn't do the giveaway? All right, so this is what we're doing next. I'm going to clean these things up, and then it will be time for another giveaway. All right, so there we go. Glimmers. Someone mentioned something when we first started this list that I thought I'd show very quickly before I start cleaning up and then we do another giveaway. I don't remember who it was, but she said, sometimes I like to use rub-ons on photos instead of stamping, right? So if you're afraid about stamping on a photo, well, look at rub-ons. This was when we did glimmers. I need to date this. We did this glimmers list in February or early March. I'm not sure which one, but those are all rub-ons. That's one rub-on, and that's a whole other rub-on. So you can do rub-ons on your photos too. You don't have to just stamp, and you may feel a little bit more comfortable doing rub-ons on your photos as opposed to stamps. Those rub-ons are the 49 and Market, I want to say Spring Stories. So there are 4 different rub-on sets. There are spring stories, summer stories, fall stories, and winter stories. But that is from spring stories. And that's a photo I took at the beach, which is definitely one of my glimmers. Get me walking on a beach, and that's a glimmer all day, every day. All right, so a giveaway coming up, and I am just going to put these things out of the way. So we're putting these things away so we have some more room to play. So things aren't so cray-cray. Now, and I'm curious, and you don't have to, this could just be more of a rhetorical question. If you've not been familiar with glimmers, now you are familiar with glimmers, and is it something, are you like, oh yeah, I really like that. I like that idea. I think I'm going to start incorporating glimmers into my life. This is a list that we do now on a monthly basis because I like it. I like the idea of being on the lookout for things that can bring you a little peace and joy to your day. Tamra, not really a beach person. The birds just annoy us and the sand gets everywhere. So not a glimmer for Tamra, right? But that's a good example where glimmers different for different people. Something may be a glimmer for me. I love the sound of owls. But if you've lived with owls your whole life and they keep you up all night, every night, then they're probably not a glimmer for you. It would be a trigger, right? Interesting that some people's glimmers are other people's triggers. All right. Let's see. Oh, I love to share prizes. You guys, I hope you know that. If you know me and have been around for any length of time, you know, oh, I was going to put something there. It's fine. You know that I love to share. And because you guys, I mean, this is the way I give back. I give back by doing our Saturday listings. No, don't get me wrong. I love it, but that's how I give back. But I also give back by, I like to do lots of giveaways to say thank you because you guys are, I mean, I would not be here if it was not for you. I would not be here manufacturing products if you guys weren't buying them. So that's my way of my very small way. I wish I could give everyone a giveaway, but it's my very small way of saying thank you and saying I appreciate you and I'm celebrating with you. I need you guys, I want you to be part of my celebration because you guys are the reason for the celebration. All right, one more thing. Where did those die cuts? Oh, here it is. The package is on the floor. I am enamored with that die cut. I love that one so much. All right. Prizes are nice, right? And prizes are nice. Who doesn't want to win a prize? Who doesn't even want the opportunity to win a prize, right? Okay. So our next prize is, oh, we did one of these this morning. I will grab it again. Let me just get these little guys put away. These guys are going to be a little bit more, not really wanting to cooperate because of all of their sticker outers. All their leaves, their stems, their foliage are not wanting to go away. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to just tuck all these little things back into our little pouch. That is where I am storing this guy in the new size pouch. And I'm going to save this guy too, because sometimes you can just do a list with a little part, or you need a little accent or something like that. So we'll throw that in there as well. Okay. We no longer need we're not going to be using photos anymore, so I don't need my little test photo paper there. Get this out of the way. Oh, that will go down on the ground. Oh, over there. All right. So our next prize is let me get it. A fun Lail by Mail ceramic mug. All right. I had originally brought some of these in for the anniversary celebration in March, third week in March. And the people were like, well, wait a minute. We would like to buy that. So not just a prize, can we buy it? And I said, oh, okay. And then I had a bunch made. So I also at that same time did one of the Lail by Mail canvas bags that I had brought in because I rebranded. So I brought in for fun giveaways. And then people were like, well, no, we want to buy the bag. And so you can buy the bag now too. So that mug is going to Wanda Bradford. Wanda, congratulations. Like Marsha, but Wanda. Wanda, congratulations. You are the random lucky winner of, we should do 2 right now, of the Lail by Mail mug. So please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put mug winner and then your mailing address in the body of the email, and we'll get that shipped out to you in the next couple of weeks. All right, congratulations, Wanda. Next one is, we are going to do another copy of the, where did it go? Oh yeah, by the way, you know something else that's 8.5 by 11 and fits really well in one of the new storage pouches? That would be the Lail by Mail idea books. You could put all 3 in a storage pouch because 8.5 by 11, 9.5 by 12, perfect. Anyhow, the prize is volume 3 of the new Lail by Mail idea book. This just came out in March as well. So let's see who the random lucky winner is of the idea book. That is the 3rd idea book. That is going to, it was going to be Amy Sonneman, so not Amy Sonneman. It goes to Kelly Dugan. Amy, today has been your lucky day, but not really. Amy has won twice, and then, you know, she doesn't want that. She knows that book intimately inside and out. Kelly Dugan. Kelly. Congratulations. You are the random lucky winner of the listing with Lail Volume 3 idea book. Kelly, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. And in the subject line, put winner idea book. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address. Oh my gosh, it's already that time. It's almost our toast time. It's almost our toast time. Look at, nice Nick brought me a glass of wine for our toast. Okay. All right, I'm going to put this over here. It's not quite time yet. Thank you, honey. Not quite time yet. It is nearly toast time. We will toast in 8 minutes. So that will be 5 o'clock somewhere. That's 5 o'clock Lail time, Mountain time. But again, 5 o'clock somewhere. So whatever you'd like to toast with, whether it is water or wine or anything in between, then you do you. Nancy said mint julep for the Kentucky Derby. Nancy, are you having a mint julep right now? I have to say, I was very disappointed in a mint julep when I had a mint julep before. I thought it'd be very minty. It tastes like bourbon, because I think that's what it is, right? With a, I don't know, like somebody just like unwrapped a piece of double mint gum. They didn't even get it near it. They just unwrapped it around it, and then that's the mint, right? It doesn't even taste like minty. I thought it was going to be really nice and minty. So yeah, not my thing. But I know some people love a Kentucky Derby, right? A Kentucky Derby. This is what happens, friends, when we've been at this since 9 a.m. or 8 a.m., right? My brain starts to go a little wacky. I was reading the chat and I read Kentucky Derby, right? I meant mint julep. You know what I meant. Sounds like the riders are up. The riders are up. So are they getting ready to race now? I don't know what time that's happening. All right, I didn't have a good mint julep. Okay, so maybe I need to try mint julep again. If it was minty but not bourbon. I would like it if it was minty but not bourbon. Yes, Nancy, exactly, right? If it was minty but not bourbon. All right. Okay. Our next list is, it's an update. It's an updated list to a list that we started in January. And this is a list, the one we did in January is a list I do every year. Every year. Oh, I would love a grasshopper. Maybe. You know what I would really like? I would really like a Oreo Mint Blizzard from Dairy Queen. That's my version of a mint julep. I don't know, grasshopper makes me think of, yeah. Anyhow. Or a mojito. Oh, yes. A cherry. Okay, no, Jennifer, I've never had a cherry mojito. Just a mojito. Oh, look at us now, an espresso martini. Now we're all off, right? We could be doing a list of all of our favorite drinks to cheers or toast with, right? Yes, and Wanda, I am getting a little squirrely, and I have not had anything to drink yet. I know, I haven't had anything to drink. That's just what happens. I start to go get a little punchy later in the day. And Elizabeth Keel, you and I would be the best of friends. A Paloma. I am all about a Paloma. Love a Paloma. Favorite drinks through the years. Ooh, okay. All right. Oh, Debbie, a bottle of Vouv. Yep. Yep. The really nice stuff. The nice champagne, right? The, oh my gosh, this is a big celebration. Splurge champagne. Not today. All right. And then you're like, you better be prepared to drink the whole thing because you can't waste it. You can't pour it out and you don't want to waste it. All right. So that list was what? Cocktails I want to try, cocktails over the years, favorite cocktails. We'll do something like that. Now, guess what? If you are more of a non-adult beverage kind of person, that doesn't mean you can't do that list. You could do favorite mocktails, right? Like a mock cocktail, or you could do your favorite drinks or your favorite food or whatever. We'll do that at some point. All right. So the list that we are going to do is a continuation or really an update on this focus list. So every year, and we've done this, I want to say maybe for the last 4 years, rather than doing a New Year's resolutions list, Nita, a Paloma is tequila and grapefruit. So usually like a grapefruit soda. So what I do with the Paloma, tequila, and I like to do like lime LaCroix with it, and then a little bit of Fresca. The Fresca gives a little bit of that grapefruit flavor. That is a Paloma. Oh gosh, Mimi, a Long Island iced tea. Yeah, that was, be careful with that, right? Long Island iced tea, that's like everything behind the bar. And there's so much mixed in there. It's lethal, right? All right. So Teresa said she wanted to try Veuve Clicquot on a cruise. Is it really good? You know, Teresa, that's a good question. I don't really know how to answer that. It's expensive. It is an expensive bottle of champagne. I don't know, maybe $100, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. If it's on a cruise, it's probably a lot more. It's good. I mean, I don't know that I could tell the difference, and I'm not like a huge champagne connoisseur because somebody would probably come at me and be like, "Oh my gosh, of course it's better." But unless you really, really know champagne, I don't know that it would be that $100 bottle would be different than a $50 bottle. Probably a $100 bottle would be way different than like a $6 bottle of champagne. But I don't know. That's a hard one. It's all kind of relative, I think. Anyone else that has experience with that, you're more than welcome to pipe up in the chat. And now, my friends, we've turned into an alcoholic beverage channel, you know. All right, so back to our list about things to focus on. So a number of years ago, I decided this is for me, that New Year's resolutions are not a good thing. They really don't work for me. And so I decided to make it a little bit looser, and there are things that I want to focus on every year. You might be like, Lael, tomato, the same thing. Makes me feel better if I say focus. There's not as much pressure, I guess. So things I want to focus on. So every year at the beginning of the year, I have things I want to focus on. And then I find it's really helpful throughout the year to kind of do a little update on how I'm doing with those things. All right. So in January, I did my focus list, and there were 6 things I wanted to focus on. Habit tracking, moving my body, drinking water, creating just for me, less screen time, and reading and learning. Okay, so reading to learn, but also reading for pleasure. Those were the 6 things I wanted to work on. So there we go. So now as we work on our list today, I am going to update how I am doing on those things. So I am going to be using a number of stamps and dies on this list. I am starting out with, let me walk over here. I will tell you, my friends, we will not get to our last list today. We'll do this one. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to make it to the last one. I just know it. All right, so I'm going to use the new By the Numbers Allison stamp set. So here, Joe had a point with that. The first time I had Dom Perignon, I thought, wow, this is definitely worth it. Kelly, I am so intrigued. Kelly said, I look like a cheetah if I drink champagne. Like, what? Like, how? I am so interested in that. Teresa, $20 a glass on the cruise. You know what? I would say $20 I'd say try it. You know what? Then you can say you've tried it. And then you know if you're like, oh, well, that was good or not good. Vicky says, not worth the price. Jordan is good. I've had Jordan wine. Jordan champagne, Vicky? I don't know. Let's see. Again, we're back to, it's so funny. Now we're back to our, I did ask though. I did ask if anyone had tried it and what you thought. Let's see. Oh, Terry, I love that for you. Terry's seeing her granddaughter, her new little granddaughter. You're holding and loving on her. Heaven, I love that. That's so awesome. Let's see. Kelly, I'm still intrigued. How you look like a cheetah. So interesting. Let's see. Oh, we're talking tequila. Can you give my idea book to someone else? Already have an autographed copy. Kelly, no, I will not. I still want you to have a prize because you won a prize. So reach out to me and I'll send you a coupon code to use for whatever you want. But thank you. That is so kind of you. That is so kind of you, but I still want you to have a prize. Oh, Kelly is allergic. So you look like a cheetah because you break out in hives. That is funny. I love it. I love it. All right, time to toast. It is. It's 5 o'clock, friends. All right. So I am going to just, this is what we do when we have a celebration. I'm going to unplug. I just need to remember to unplug again. I am going to flip the camera. So we're actually toasting and it's not just, blank down here with my hands moving. And let me grab my wine. We're going to toast. We're toasting to you guys. We're toasting to you guys. A toast to thank you. A toast to say thank you for being here, whether you've been here with me one day, whether you've been here with me 1 year, whether you've been listening with us for 5 years, whether you followed me at Simple Stories, whether you knew me from my scenic route days, and however long you've been here, however long you have found me, just thank you. Thank you for being part of the community because we have an amazing community here. The whole paper crafting community is amazing. But our own little community within a community here, the Squirrel Squad, is just lovely. And I'm so thankful for you. I'm thankful that that fateful day, 3 days into the pandemic, when we had an earthquake here in Utah, 3 days into the pandemic when the world shut down, then we had an earthquake. Thanks, Mother Nature. Like, what the heck are you doing? And that afternoon, I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I have got to do something. I've got to get my mind off of all this. What can I do? What can I do to give back? You know what? I know a lot about Traveler's Notebooks. Maybe I'll put a free class out there for people. I know a lot about Traveler's Notebooks. I really enjoy them. I'm going to put a free class out. That's where this all started. All of our Saturdays when we are together, that's where it all started. So I'm even saying thank you a little bit to that horrible pandemic, because it steered me down a path that I probably would have not gone down otherwise. So I will stop talking because you know me, I will be here still holding a glass of wine in my hand, not having a sip in 3 hours. So just to say cheers and a toast and thank you to you. And don't worry, I will only have a sip and then we'll keep working because I get punchy this time of day after doing this for so long anyway, and you really don't want me to be then doing this on a glass of wine. So cheers! Okay. And I better not spill it, right? Now it feels weird to be doing this so you can look at me. That's fine. And it is a lovely Pinot Noir. Thank you, friends. Oh, what did I have open? Oh, one of my little cabinets there. All right, cheers, 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 friends. I'm going to turn the camera again. No, I'll just read some of the chat like this, right? We don't need to turn the camera. I just won't be looking at you. I'll be looking over here. Cheers, cheers. Louisa, did someone give me the cute squirrel towel? I gave it to myself. On one of my travels, this was at one of my favorite stores that's local called Hip and Humble, but they also have 2 stores in the Salt Lake City airport. And I saw that and I thought, well, that has to come home with me. So yeah, that was fun. But I will tell you, there's a whole like shrine downstairs of squirrel things that people have given me. And it is so fun. One of these days I'll have to like video it or something so you guys can see, because I love all my squirrel things. All right. Clink, clink, clink. Yes. Cheers, cheers, cheers. And I love what Sarah said. She said, cheers to you, Lael, and my fellow squirrels. What a fun, supportive, and crazy crowd we are. 100% fun, supportive, and I'll say I'm crazy, so then we can all be crazy. Oh, Glow, I love that. Glow said, wish I knew you back then. I needed this. But you know what? It's not too late, right? Because we're here. And we're here and we still have fun and enjoy. And that tells you how much I enjoy this because we are still doing it 5 years later. We are still doing our Saturdays and getting together and listing and creating and sharing and having fun. And I would have a really hard time without it. I really would. So thank you. I always say, if you guys weren't here, I would not be standing here talking to myself. I mean, I would be here standing talking to myself. I just wouldn't be crafting talking to myself. So thank you. All right. Wine glass. Isn't that beautiful? I found those on Etsy. Those are like handmade, hand blown, I don't know. Aren't they beautiful? But yeah, just so pretty. And then the red inside of it makes it pretty too. So since I picked it up, I'll have one more sip. All right. So I think we should do another prize right now because everyone was cheersing. I think we should have another prize. Let's do it. What do you say? Ooh. I mean, they're all good. All prizes are good, right? But this one is a particularly good one. We did one of these in the morning session as well. This is the Spring Summer Season Pass. Spring Summer Season Pass. It is loaded with product. All mail by mail product. Paper, stickers, sword strip stickers, die cuts, stamps. All right? And it's in the fun little pouch as well. So that Spring Summer Season Pass is going to Crafty Darlene. Crafty Darlene, congratulations. Crafty Darlene, you are the random lucky winner. Where is my, oh, here we go. Sorry for bobbing and moving my head there. Crafty Carlene, you are the, is that right? Crafty Darlene. Crafty Darlene, you are the random lucky winner of the Spring Summer Season Pass. Please send an email to lailbymail@gmail. There's a lot of ales in there. lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner season pass. And in the body of the email, please put your mailing address. And we will get that prize shipped out to you in the next couple of weeks once the team gets through all the orders. All right? Congratulations. Now, don't be sad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still 4 or 5 more prizes. No, 4 more prizes in the live session. Then there's the after party prizes too. All right. So now let's do this. Let's rotate and get back to business. Rotate and get back to the business of crafting and playing and creating. Lail Ale. Oh yeah, that sounds good. That'll be my next venture. I'll start manufacturing Lail Ale. No, I won't. I don't like ale. I don't like beer. So no ales here. I will not be manufacturing beer. That's a little bit of manufacturing called brewing Lail. It's not manufacturing. Okay, we're plugged in. We're ready to roll again. Okay. So as I was saying, this is now an update. We are, 5 months into the year. So probably a good idea maybe to just refocus on the focus things and see how we are doing with those. So if you did a focus list with me at the beginning of the year and you want to do an update on it, great. And you know what? The updates aren't always great. Sometimes you're doing well on some things and sometimes you're not doing well on other things, but that's okay. Oh, golly, that phone is way crooked. It's an opportunity to maybe refocus. Now, if you didn't do this list with me, no worries. Maybe you have some things you want to start focusing on now. We don't have to pick things only at the beginning of the year, right? And they can be whatever you want them to be. Maybe you want, yes, Mimi, it'll be a 2-pager. Maybe you want your focus list to be on more micro adventures, more noticing glimmers, more spending time with the people you love, more eating yummy sweets and treats because they make you happy, right? Whatever it is. It's your list. You get to decide what goes on your list. All right. So I'm going to be using a combination of things. I'm using the new By the Numbers Allison stamp set. I am going to use the In the Circle stamp and die set, I think. Am I using dies here? Oh, I don't remember. I'll know in a second. I need to look at my notes. Let me find that stamp set In the Circle. In the Circle, where is that? I think I forgot to get it out. So let's see if it's here in my little bucket. Well, that could put a damper on things, couldn't it? If I can't find that. There are the bullets and more back there. In the circle. If I was in the circle stamp set, where would I be? I would be where it belongs, where I should have put me away. Oh, it is where it belongs. It was just hiding. All right, so in the circle stamp set, there is a die that goes with it, but I don't think I'm using the die. I think I'm just using the stamp. Hold on here. That should not be there. That die should not be right there. It should be on the metal. Like that, the magnet. And then we'll take that little white piece of paper and tuck it in here. There, it's out. That I need to trim that little 3x4 metal down, or the 3x3 metal down. It's a little bit too wide, so it's not, my things aren't wanting to go in and out easily. All right, so we have that, we have that. We also need, let's see what we have here. Goal Getter. All right, Goal Getter, I know, is right down here. I'm pretty certain. Some of the stamps came out to play early and some did not. No, not there. I had some ready and then some not. The some that are not ready is because last night I sat down for a minute to take a break, and that turned into watching 3 back-to-back episodes of The Pit with my husband. So some things were ready, some weren't, but it's okay. We've got it right here. Here is Goal Getter. So Goal Getter was a new stamp that came out at the beginning of the year, actually end of the year, end of last year, to kind of aid in some of our lists like this. So if you're setting goals or things that you want to focus on, now you have a whole big 6x8 stamp set to kind of set your goals, talk about how you're doing, some fun words and phrases, begin with the end in mind, how it started, how it's going. One step forward, proud of this, can't stop, won't stop. If I knew then what I know now, can I get a do-over? Right, because you know what? Sometimes things just don't go as well as you hope, right? Better luck next time. All right, so we're going to use a few things on this. My plan, my thought is, if I stamp in the circle, I have 6, so I'll need to stamp 6 circles here. Well, 3 here and 3 here. If I stamp my circles, and then I use one of the numbers next to each circle. And then I am going to split the circle. With the circle stamp set in the circle, there are 2 lines. So I'm going to split the circle down low. I'll write up here, and then down below, I'm going to give it a rating. I'm going to use these stars right here so I can give it a rating on how I am doing with that particular thing I am focusing on. Miss Vicki Booten, what are you doing? Are you done? Are you done with your live, my friend? How did it go? Vicki did a whole thing today. We were talking about that earlier this morning, Vicki, and how yours, I think it was like a Build-A thing, like a Build-A-Bear, but it was Build-A techniques. Oh, I know why, because it is 7 o'clock your time. You started way early. It was good. I'm so glad. I know there were some people that are here and were there. They're kind of, so one lady said she's got one of us on her iPad and the other one of us on her phone or something like that, which I said was just so fun because we just love that people are so supportive. And, you know, there's so many great things happening today that people can, you know, do all the things. All right. So let's see here what I need to figure out. I think we're going to have to test something first. So let's get our little in the circle. If you have the in the circle stamp set, or if you are getting the in the circle stamp set, an important little feature of this stamp set, this is not a defect. That little circle right there is not a defect. That was Amy's great idea, which I thought was so smart. That is to give you a point of reference. So that's where the top of your circle is. That comes into play when you are also using the die, so you know where the die lines up with your circle. But that's also, if you're stamping multiple circles, then if you want them to all be kind of the same orientation, so they're not, you know, skiwampus, because it's not a perfect circle, that is the top of your circle. It's funny, every once in a while, someone will order that and then send me an email and say, hey, I got a defective stamp. Would you replace it? And I'm like, oh, no. Before they even tell me which one it is, I know it's that one. I'm like, oh, it's a feature. It's not defective. It's that they're on purpose. And then I take a picture of like 6 of them lined up and I'm like, see, they all have it. All right, so we're going to test this first because I got to figure out how these are all going to kind of work together. We need our stamping block. This stamping block, this was at the request of a number of you who said, hey, would you consider making a stamping block that was a circle? Because it would be really nice to have a circle stamping block to go with your in the circle stamp set. And I said, oh, that's easy, my friend. And there we go. So again, we're right sizing our stamping block to our stamp. And that works out really well. So let's see. If that is, where did that list go? Oh yeah. So on here, all I did was stamp and use ink. That's where all the color came from. So maybe we do the same thing again. I remember why I thought I needed a die. I think we do need the die. It'll make sense in a minute. How big is the circle stamp? Mimi, the circle stamp is about 2 1/8 inches wide. And your stamping block is 2 3/4 inches wide. All right. Okay. Circle stamping block. Yeah, 2 3/4. Yeah. All right. So let me just think out loud with you. Let's think out loud together. So I know I would like the number nestled in nicely with the circle, right? But here's the thing, is that if I try to do this with this, it is going to either overlap it, which it could do, or I could mask it. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll mask it out. Let's try to mask it. All right, I'll show you what I mean by that. We masked on the last list for I noticed. So let's grab another sticky. I'll just grab a bigger one this time. Not that it really matters. All right, so let's go in our little thingy majigger here. And I think the circle will be black, and then we'll use colored ink for the numbers. I think that might be nice. So we are not going to do the, we're not going to use the die. All right. So the way I would do this, if I wanted to mask part of it out, is I put that sticky in one spot. I stamp my little circle here. So it's stamping everywhere. But then when I remove the sticky, I have a partial circle. And then stupid young kid in the neighborhood with a motorcycle that likes to make it go so fast in a short distance and make it be loud. Anyhow, this is how it would work. All right. Then my one would be part of the circle. I think that's what we're going to do. Oh yes, right size the Post-it notes too. We right size our stamping blocks. We can right size the Post-it notes too. Now, before I start stamping, I am going to check one thing. And I know I'm okay, but I always want you to get in the habit of this. Before you start stamping directly on a page, I want you to turn the prior page. So turn the page. Before you stamp here, turn the page back and look at what you did. I am okay here because I did not work directly on the page here. I put down a piece of pattern paper and then I put down a piece of paper on that. The reason why it's always important to check. Let's say, let me see if I can find one. I probably don't have one of these because I try not to ever do this. Let's say here, I had made my list directly on the page, right? Before I ever did stamping directly on this page, I would want to double check because chances are when I stamp on this page, I will have a little bit of shadowing or ghosting on this page, especially if I'm doing something like this. There's going to be a lot of color there. So It's inevitable. My inserts are very nice quality, but I will tell you, I tested with the local printer, with the Document Your Travels, Traveler's Notebook inserts, and the Habit Tracker Traveler's Notebook inserts. I said, I want you to keep making me samples with the paper to see what it would take for ghosting not to happen. Paper has to be incredibly thick, almost like chipboard thick, before you, or paperboard maybe, before you don't see any shadowing or ghosting. So all of that to say, the reason why I looked, I wanted to make sure I did not stamp directly here. If I had worked directly on the page here, I would not do my stamping over here. I'd either skip a page and do something else here, or I would totally change my design. All right, so I need to be thinking about where my circles are going to go. And what will get, well, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't know, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna do it. But we do wanna have our pencil board. That's important, right? We wanna put our pencil board in before we start stamping. We wanna give ourselves a nice flat surface there. My sticky note here. I'm not really sure where we want these to go. But I do think, now that I think about it, I think we'd like to have my title maybe be Progress Over Perfection. So maybe we should stamp our title first so we know how much room we have there. Progress Over Perfection, perfection, if I can speak. That is kind of a good saying here, right? We are giving an update on the things that we are focusing on this year. So progress over perfection is important. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're just making progress, right? And then if we're not making progress on something, it's okay. We're refocusing now. I have used these stamps before, so I am not worried about priming or conditioning that stamp, if you're wondering why I'm just going right in. Progress over perfection. All right, let's ink that guy up again. Let me grab my little clip. What did I do with the clip? If you could see me now, if you could see this mess now, you'd be like, holy cow, Lil, how can you even think straight? I'd say, well, clearly I can't, because you've heard me speak lately. Clearly I'm not thinking straight. All right. It's not the wine. I only had 2 little sips. Yeah, you don't want me drinking and trying to do this. It would not go over well. It would not go over well. I would be bumbling and, well, not that I am. Not that I'm not doing that anyway, but yeah, it would be way worse. All right, nice even pressure. There we go, nice and clean and crisp. All my stamps are photopolymer and they are made in the US. Photopolymer is a different process, different material than acrylic stamps. There are most stamps that are made in the US they're photopolymer stamps. But generally you get a much nicer, cleaner impression. You can get pretty detailed with the artwork. Okay, thought I got a little bit of black there. Yeah, anyhow. Alrighty, let's, okay. Stop, halt. I have a little bit of black ink on my fingers, and I know, or something. I've got a little bit of black ink on something. I know that because I have a little smudge of black ink right there. So let's clean our hands really quickly. Make sure we don't have ink there. And let's it's hard to create and entertain at the same time. Oh, Louisa, you have no idea. It is, it is not easy. Now, I'm not complaining. I enjoy it, but you'd be surprised. It is not easy to create and entertain at the same time. Sometimes those things don't go hand in hand with people. All right, so I got a little bit of ink on there. I'm going to use this magic eraser. It's not really a magic eraser. It is, it just acts like magic. It is a sand eraser. So it is, has a little grit to it. There's sand in there. So In small amounts, when you have ink on a project and you don't want the ink there, if it's a small amount, you can use your sand eraser. Let me start and show you. So there's my little ink smudge right there. And it's really not bad because by the time I wrote on that, you really wouldn't even see it. But you can use your little sand eraser sometimes to either get rid of it or to lighten it. Now, you don't want to erase too hard because as you erase too hard, your paper will start to pill, P-I-L-L. You don't want your paper to pill, not peel, but pill. So that was pretty good, right? I mean, you just see a little bit of it. By the time I'm done, you won't notice that at all. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Oh yes, where we were before, I'm like, that's gonna be in my way. That is not going to work. So let's move this down here. Actually, we'll just move it up here. Sometimes I like to clip my pencil board in place because then it just keeps everything together. But I really prefer to do it down here on this side. So let's see. There we go. All right. Then I'm not really worried about the pencil board moving. So let's see if we put this maybe this one here. I mean, I don't want to have a lot of space between them. So this one goes over here. Then this guy will go about, I don't know, right here. I don't want it to be in the dead center because that would just look totally weird, I think. All right, so we'll do that. I don't know, this is either going to work out really well or I'm going to have way too much white space and I'm going to be like, oh, that's a lot of white space. I probably should have die cut and had a piece of pattern paper to give it a background, and no, that's okay. All right, so there we go with my mask. Nice even pressure, no rocking. We don't want to rock the stamp. There we go. It's like the song, you want to rock the boat, don't tip the boat over. You know that one? Yeah, you don't want me to sing, so I will spare you the singing. So my one will go there, and then I think we will do it over here. We'll do our little mask over here. Ooh, we better go up top. We better go up higher. Now, am I running into that? Hold on. I'm going to just move this. Yeah, I think I was running into it, so I wouldn't get a complete impression on that left side. 2. And then, ooh, 3 is going to be really tight in there, Lil. I wasn't really paying attention, but that's okay. To my spacing. So let's put this guy back. And I probably, like that one, I think I left way too much space. All right. This stamp set was inspired by something that one of my design team members did last year, Lily. She did a very cool project where she made circles like this. She did it digitally. And I saw it and I'm like, oh, Laura, I love that. I'm like, that is so fun. I would really like to make a stamp like that. I said, what do you think? Would that be okay? Would you mind? And she said, nope, not at all. So inspired by one of her projects. And if you want to see that project, you could go to the In the Circle stamp set on the website, and then you would see her little project there. Oh boy. All right. Well, that's okay. They're a little bit close. We've got this kind of windy snake going here. All right. Let's now come back in with our numbers. So, by the numbers, Allison. It's called By the Numbers Allison because there are more By the Numbers coming. There's a By the Numbers Lael coming. There'll be lots more By the Numbers that are similar kind of to this. So, but Allison is my dear friend. She was on earlier. That inspired this stamp set because she reached out one day and said, hey, Lil, I really like listing and I'm doing a lot of listing on my own and I would love it. Have you ever thought about doing a stamp set that had numbers and then like the number written, the name of the number, like 1, written somewhere on the stamp set so you could use them together? And I thought, well, that is really fun. I love that idea. And so Allison inspired that. That's why it's called By the Numbers Allison. All right, now that I see this, it's going to look kind of wonky, I think. Well, it is what it is. So I think we'll just use the same colors that I used on that original list. So we'll start out with, that is probably Kitsch Flamingo. Let's look and see if we can figure it out. I think it's Kitsch Flamingo. I think it's the lighter of the two. Well, Kitsch Flamingo, picked raspberry, Kitsch Flamingo. Let's look. I would say it's Kitsch Flamingo. It is. All right. So now I was in a hurry when when my stamp samples came in, because I always get samples first and test them, because you never, ever, ever want to have something wrong with a stamp, like you figure out that you misspelled something or that you forgot some letters in an alphabet or something like that. So everything gets sampled first, tested, and then goes into production. I must have been in a big hurry when I was testing these, because I did not clean them at all. There was all that residue black on there, which we don't want. All right, now we can do what we had started out with. Test it. Ooh, golly, that's stuck there. Test it here so we can kind of see what it looks like. So now in hindsight, probably what I would have done is to stamp the circle in the same color as I am stamping the number, right? But that's all right. It's done. I'm not going to start over. We'll do that another time. Okay, nice and inked up. And I think I would like to go a little bit over to the left. A little bit more. Oopsie. Almost bobbled that. All right, there we go. There's my one with the half moon coming out. Am I going to do a Vicky stamp set? I should, right? There should be a by the numbers Vicky, right? I feel like there should be a by the numbers Vicky. Totally. Right, Vicky? Right, my friend? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Yepers. Yepers. So Vicky, just tell me what you want, what you really, really want. And then, we'll just, of course, we'd give her a cut of it. Don't you think she would need a cut of that? I think so. I think so. All right. I think that one is maybe abandoned coral. Let's look. We've had a few conversations about some things like that. You know, because it's all about supporting women in this industry. We got to stick together. Which one was that, did I say? Oh, abandoned coral. Yeah. Oh, here we are. Abandoned coral. Oh, you know Vicky's would be crazy. Crazy amazing. Right? Crazy amazing. And I don't mean crazy in a bad way. I mean crazy in a good way. Rich talked to you. Missed it. Oh. Rich was there talking to you. They're saying, is there going to be an by the numbers Vicky? Because I said there's a by the numbers Allison. There's a by the numbers Lael coming. And they said, well, there needs to be a by the numbers Vicky. And I said, well, yeah, there we go. Right? By the numbers Vicky. And I said it'd be crazy, but it'd be not crazy bad. It'd be crazy cool. Is that it? Ooh, is that it? I don't know. It's going to be close enough, but that is pretty juicy. Abandoned coral. That's what we're doing. You're on it. Yes, be on it. Oh, yeah, a Vicky and Lael collaboration. It'll happen. Don't worry, Carrie. It'll happen. We've talked about a number of things. We just now need to make it happen, right? Yeah, well, I'm learning here. I'm learning that I think on this guy, I made my mask too far open. Right? We just discovered, right? Yeah, I can already tell you, this is not going to be one of my favorite lists, but that's all right. We got to do some things different. We need a collab. Yep, we need a collaboration. All right. Vicky stamp should be a cat with number in it. Huh. Yeah, that could be. Carmen said, your new pharmacy in Bend, Oregon is local and female owned. I love that. Love that. 1, 2, 3. 3 is going to be my mustard. No, I don't know. Let's look. Sometimes you know your color's dead on. I know it's not fossilized amber. And then sometimes I'm like, ooh, or maybe it is mustard seed, fossilized amber. It's going to be mustard seed. I don't know if that's what it was, but that's okay. I need to keep these out. I'm going to do something with them. Mustard seed. Colonel Mustard in the library with the, I don't remember what the weapons were. I don't think it's the gun. It's something different. I don't know. It's punchy time, friends. It's the punchy time. Aren't they fun, Nancy? Nancy said she loves the number stamps with the words in there. Totally different. Isn't that fun? So you never know. I mean, you can always email me and say, hey, Lael, revolver. Thank you, Amy. Not the gun. Not Colonel Mustard in the library with the gun. Colonel Mustard in the library with the revolver. Pipe, rope, candlestick. There we go. Yeah, it's been a long time for me when it comes to Clue, the game of Clue. Yeah, one time Karen threw out there, could we have a numbers that are in a list? I'm like, hey, I think we can do that. I mean, we can pretty much do anything. It needs to kind of make sense for me, right? That it's something that I would use and make sense for what we do. And absolutely, you can always ask. Someone over the break emailed me and said, hey, I would really love it. Can I ask? And I'm like, of course, you can always ask. Well, I didn't respond, but she just said that. If I would really like a stamp set that had like cozy on it. I can't find anything that's like related to cozy. And here's a bunch of words you could put on it. And I always appreciate suggestions like that and requests. Some things make sense to do. Some things we can do. Some things it's like, thank you. I love your suggestion. And we'll see. So what we're ending up doing here, not necessarily on purpose, but we're going to make this work this way, is our numbers are almost lining up in a line. Simpsons clue, right? Simpsons clue, there's a lot of clues, right? Like Monopoly, there's lots of Monopolies too. All right, there we go. 1, 2, 3. This is a very graphic list. Lots of white and then stark black and pops of color. Oh, got lots of yellow on my hands now. Woo-wee, what time is it? Okay, 4:30. It is 4:30 Pacific time. Okay, we're good. Well, there's not necessarily a stop time. It's when the brain stops. That's when our stop time is. When the brain stops, that is the time to stop. Okay, so if we're over here I think we want to go this way. 4, 5, 6. The brain is not working. I just totally went somewhere else for a minute. I don't know where I went in my head, but I was not here for a minute there. Oh, you ask Vicky, you ask Amy. The later it gets, I'm a night owl, but I at some point of night get to where I am good for nothing. Now, it's usually later than this, but it's because I've been talking and working and entertaining for so long that's when it gets to be good for nothing. I mean, it's good for something, right? It's not all bad. Okay. Let's see. Deborah said, I had asked a while back why numbers are not included in alphas anymore. You mentioned you were doing something else with numbers. Will there be numbers for Murphy? Deborah, yes. So that's a great question. Depending on what we're trying to do on a stamp set, I am, as much as I can, trying to move away from 6x8 stamp sets. The reason for that is that they're just expensive. I mean, they're expensive for you guys to buy. I think they're $26.50 to buy a 6x8 stamp set. So if we can do the stamp set sometimes in a little bit of a smaller size, we'll do them in a smaller size. Or like Reggie Alpha, I was very specific with Reggie Alpha Large that I wanted it to be big. In order for it to be big, we couldn't fit numbers and letters on the same stamp set. So we'll continue to do numbers. We will do a Murphy number. We will do a Reggie number, a larger Reggie number. And in fact, I think this is, if I remember, I think this is Reggie number, just a little bit different because it has the name in it. So I probably didn't answer your question there very well, Deborah. But there will be numbers. There will continue to be numbers either on the stamp set itself or separately. All right. Now, what I wish I had done, guess what I wish I had done? I wish I had done the circles the other way so that my numbers were over here, but that's okay. We'll play with the same concept again because you know what this would be really fun with? It'd be really fun like this using in the box, using your numbers either in the box or outside of the box or masked with the box. All right, what do we have next? We have green. I believe that's mowed lawn. Pretty sure I know that green. Mowed lawn. I used during our May Traveler's Notebook setup class the other night, I used Twisted Citron, which I have not used in forever. I used Lucky Clover. Those two, I don't know, there's just something in what I was doing that called for those. And oh, I was like, I need to be using these colors more. Twisted Citron is kind of a unique color. It looks a little bit Halloween-y, right? It's very bright, almost looks like glow-in-the-dark fluorescent, but it stamped really well. It went with the color that I was using, or that was in the paper or something, I don't remember. And then Lucky Clover, that was a fun one too. Clean that off. Okay. Angie Kerr, good morning, good afternoon. Angie, hello, Angie. Been in and out every day. Loved every single thing you've been singing. Can't wait to go back and watch it all. Oh, thank you. All day. If I had coordinating dies with the numbers, you don't need to mask. Absolutely, Louisa. The die process is very interesting. The die process definitely takes a little bit longer because the way the die process works is if you want to do a stamp and die. So let's say glimmers, right? You want to do the stamp and die. You kind of need to have either them done at the same time or do the stamp first because you want to be able to get then a sample of the die once it's made and make sure that it works with the stamp, right? Even though you think all the measuring is perfect, you would never want to produce a die, to go to all the expense of producing the die, only to discover that it was a little bit too small for the stamp. So it's a little bit of a two-step process, but what we're working on right now, we are working on a very cool stamp set for July, and the die will come out at the same time because it really has to come out at the same time. So where we can, if we can time things, because stamps are made in the US and the dies are made overseas, the timing gets a little bit wonky. So where we can, absolutely. And I think it'd be fun to do dies with this one. I totally think dies would be fun with this one. 5 color is on the tip of my tongue. It is salvaged patina. That you have to enunciate when you say it. Salvaged patina. Kind of like when your copper gets a patina to it, right? When it changes, when it oxidizes. All right, so then 5 is going to be over here. Yeah. But I still have to do the... I don't know. It would be really weird if all of a sudden... No, you know what? It's not. I don't care. I was going to say it would be really weird all of a sudden if I started doing it this way. I'll do the last two this way, right? Or they go that way. So my numbers can be over here. Because it's art. It doesn't have to be a certain way just because we did it one way, all the other ways. Then we can do it this way, and the next way, and the ways. All right, this guy will go right. No. Oh, my brain. That is hard for my brain to digest right now. It's going this way. Yes, I'm doing this one a little bit different. All right. Oh, we should do our last one right here before we get too far It doesn't make sense to keep going back and forth. Ooh. Got to deal with that right away here. It's going to make a huge mess. Oh, Nancy, that sounds like fun. You're going to the Train concert in Auckland at the end of May. Oh, Train. I love Train. That'd be fun to see. They would be fun to see. Ashley said she loves stamps with coordinating dies. I can't wait for the tabs and labels coordinating dies to come out. We'll have to have. Guess what? I can't wait either. It's very soon. Again, they were planned for this release. There were supposed to be 2 dies for this release. But you know what? Sometimes things, when you're manufacturing, especially when you're manufacturing overseas, sometimes there's just a hiccup. And with the tabs and labels die set, a little bit of a hiccup. And so they are coming. We'll just release them when they get here, right? Release them when they get there. I'm very excited about that stamp set, or the coordinating die set as well. Yeah, it's way easier for everyone involved. And it's actually way better sales-wise if we release them at the same time. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, that's way too close. Move this guy way over, Leo. I would not have liked that. I know it. Okay, there's my C's and my reverse C's. Alrighty. Now we're ready for 5. And 5, I'm pretty sure, is salvaged patina. Pretty sure. Thank you, Carla. Carla said, such a neat looking page. Love the color pops. It's a different one for me. I think it's going to end up being okay. It'll end up being okay, but I was a little at the beginning. I'm like, ooh, I don't know. I'm going to like this. But you know what? It's all about the playing, really. For me, like I said, one of the things that was on my focus list for this year was creating just for the sake of creating for me. Now, when you have a creative business, a lot of times you have to create, and sometimes you have to create on demand, and sometimes you are not feeling too creative to create on demand, which sometimes it sucks the life out of you. Not really, but sometimes it's not easy. So I have always loved to create since I was a little kid, and it really, people say it fills your cup. It really fills my cup, and sometimes my cup is empty, 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 right? And I know that if I can sit down and just do a little bit of creating, it just does so much for me. So, I don't even know where I was going with that. Oh yeah, sometimes just getting your things out and playing, and you might not even do anything with it, right? I think what Vicky's still here. I can't remember how she says it, but I think she says, all you have to lose is the paper and your time, right? Or all you have to lose is your time, something like that. That's not quite it, but you get the gist, right? You have nothing to lose when you're playing, right? That's the whole reason we like to play. Sometimes we learn when we play. And then sometimes something works out and you're like, oh, I really like that. It's not Blueprint Sketch. It is Prize Ribbon, I bet. Yep, Prize Ribbon for number 6. Now, I didn't have to use the same colors, but it kind of makes sense because now there's a little bit of continuity from one list to my next one, right? Do you know what? I don't think I've been testing any of these. I am living on the edge, aren't I? The reason I noticed that was because the ink was not adhering in one spot. Oh, so good. I love that. I'm so glad Allison said, have you ever thought of doing a number within a number? A what? Yeah, a number within a number. A what? I will tell you, the designer that is now working with me on all my stamps, when I started talking to her about this design, she came back, I don't know, Amy, how many? 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, I don't even remember, different ways to do a stamp set like this, which I love so much. I can't tell you. You want to know the way to Lael's heart? Lael asks for something and you give her like 10 different variations of it. Because I love to have choices, and then it makes me get all these other ideas, and it's like, oh yes, now we can do all of these stamps, or we can do a bunch of these stamps. So that's been fun. All right, progress over perfection. We have all of our stamping done almost. So now my other thought was to take that little partial line me clean this one off and let's get this little circle just put to bed. Get it put to bed. Especially your black, I find that's probably, for me, that the hardest ones I think to come clean are the black. The black, if you don't clean it right away, like overnight, gets harder to clean. But the other one I find is yellow. Yellow will stain your stamps. It's something about the pigment. Now, it's not hurting the stamp at all. Not hurting the stamp, it's not harming the stamp, but it's something about the pigment in the stamp that, in the yellow, that just, I don't know, just does it. All right, so, oh yes, we're gonna end up doing some more masking because my thought, you know what? We're not going to stamp this. We are going to take a ruler and our pencil or pen and we are going to draw a ruler because that, we'd have to mask again and I don't know, I don't wanna go through that whole masking again. Not at this time of night after doing this all day. I'm sure I'd totally mess something up, right? Yes, 8 or 9 styles. It was so cool. I love that. Just that makes my little heart sing. All right, so let's get our ruler. Let's get our pen. Before we do that, we better figure out how much room we need for our 5-star rating system. That little 5-star rating is coming from the Goal Getter. That one would also work. So you could, you know, how are we doing? Are we giving ourselves 1 star? Are we giving ourselves 5 stars? So we can even give ourselves half stars if we wanted. You just fill in half the star. So if we do this, all right. I don't know. Let's see here. I know I really just like, well, should we just do it? Do we have enough room everywhere to do them? I guess we should figure that out first. Do we have enough room to fit all the stars? I think so. So let's do that. You know what? I'll do 1 set of stars together and then I'll do all the rest of the stars later because that will take us a whole other amount of time again. What I really should have been doing, I should have been, while I had the color out, I should have been doing dink, and then we would have had those done. Because I'll have to clean in between each color and all the things. All right. My 5-star rating system. There we go. Oh, okay. I might have to do a few more of these because you know what? I think this is going to be kind of fun, right? It's going to be a little bit fun to see what this looks like. I think we need to do it in another color now. Then we'll do it in Abandoned Coral. At least I left the inks out. I knew we would need to do something with the inks. We'll have to go digging for those again. Abandoned Coral. Must be something about that pigment. Sometimes it, oh no, there we go. I just didn't have enough ink on there. All right, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. When I do lists like this, that basically all I'm doing is stamping, that just goes to show you, you don't have to have all the things, right? You don't have to have all the pattern paper. Why did I do that? You don't have to have all the die cuts and the stickers and the washi and all that, because here, all I'm using, stamps and inks. So, investing in a variety of stamp sets and a good quality stamp sets, that's just a given. And then building out your ink color collection, you can do a lot with just stamps and ink. Need to move that pencil board a little bit because it is a little bit too high. I don't want to bisect my little stars there. So it's going to look fairly similar to how I thought it was in my little sketch. As we look at our little sketch, there's my little sample number, there's my number, there's the circle writing above, and then little stars below. A little bit different, but same concept for sure, for sure. Zen Girl said, bahaha, no, you don't need all the stuff, but you do need to be good at stamping. So here's the deal, Zen Girls. Gosh, why do I keep doing that? I have not always been a stamper. I really started stamping. I kind of started stamping about 6 years ago, and really 5 years ago. Really kind of in the pandemic, I really started doing a lot of stamping. And I will tell you, I didn't always like stamping. I bought stamps for years. Haven't always used stamps because there were a lot of things I didn't know. I didn't know that you need to prime your stamps first. I did not know that standing versus sitting makes a big difference. I did not know about right sizing your stamping block to your stamp. I did not know about applying varying amounts of pressure to different types of stamps. There's so much I didn't know, but you know what? It's all stuff. It's all stuff I learned. I keep every time taking that off. It's all stuff I learned by just playing and practice. Not even practicing. This is practice, right? It's play. Just by learning and practicing. So I think you just need to use it. You need to use your stamps because that is how you learn, right? You learn what not to do. You learn what to do. You learn what works. You learn what doesn't work. You learn the type of ink you like because that's definitely a personal preference. Fly Girl, I love it. The stars in the same color next to those bold numbers is chef's kiss, she said. And I'm sure when she said chef's kiss, she made that exact sound. Chef's kiss, you probably can't hear that. So you know what? Now I'm actually glad I didn't do the stamp, the circle in the same color as the numbers and the stars. I think that'd be too much. I think it'd be too much. I kind of like the black there. And here's the thing. You don't have to play on a project. You don't have to play on a list. You could just get out a piece of scratch paper and play, right? Or your little, like my stamping notebook that I test everything on. You could play on that. Zen Girls is like, okay, go away. Stop it. We learn by doing. Exactly, Shay. Yeah, if we have kids, that's what we tell our kids. We learn by doing, right? How are you ever going to learn how to play the piano if you don't play the piano in practice? Even though you hate it with a passion because your mom's a piano teacher and she thinks she can teach you. I know nothing about that. Well, I'm not the piano teacher. My mother was. All right. So I think we're really on a roll here. We may or may not need the the line. We need the number. I don't know if we use the line. So let's start out with habit tracking. Now, what could be interesting? What if I did, we're either going to love this or we're going to hate this. Okay. I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I am not going to write what what the thing I'm focusing on. I'm not going to write it in the circle. I'm going to write it around the circle. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully we like it because as soon as I do it to one, we have to do it to all of them. Habit. Habit tracking. Ooh, okay. The next one is move my body. So, okay, I'm going to kind of go backwards here. I didn't quite know where to start. This one, drink the water. Drink the water, Lil. So maybe this one could just be down here. Because I'm a little tight up here, so it actually works a little better down there. Create just for me. This one can come back up here. Then we have less screen time. It's scary when you're writing backwards and you've been doing this for lots of hours straight. Less screen time. I want to make sure I do it right. Read and learn. I guess that could be down here. I don't know. It feels like it needs to go up here. Read and learn. All right, there we go. So the space is starting to, the space is starting to fill in. Now Zen Girl said, no way less screen time. That would mean less Lael. Here's the thing. Less screen time, what I mean by that is I mean less mindless scrolling, doom scrolling, very first thing in the morning when you get up. That is, I would tell you, one of the worst habits I have. One of the worst habits I have is I literally wake up in the morning, I turn over, and I grab my phone. Okay. That one was still a little bit wet. I dragged my hand across that at some point. That is a horrible thing to do. It's horrible for your mental health. It is not good for your dopamine stores. It's really not good to let a device like that control you the very first thing you do in the morning. So I've really been focusing on that. Some days are better than others. I've found that a routine in the morning is super helpful to get me out of that. So that was our last list. We were going to talk about a routine. We're going to list about a routine that you have in your life that you found really helpful. So that was that, but we won't do that today. No, I don't remember what I was talking about. Yeah, doom scrolling. Yeah, no doom scrolling. That's not good for my mental health. Because usually what happens is I get on the phone first thing in the morning. I either go to social media and I read some news that I really did not want to start my day with, right? Or I see something that someone else is doing and I'm like, that's so cool. Why aren't I doing that? No. And then I put myself in a spiral. Or I go to my email and I get a lot of emails. And sometimes an email is like, the manufacturer overseas cannot get that done in time. And then you're like, oh man, at 5 a.m., that's not a way I want to start my day. Or it might be like a customer service issue where someone emails and says, Lael, I love you. Your team is great. But guess what? They sent me the wrong product. And I'm like, oh, darn. I mean, not the end of the world, but I just don't need to start my day that way. So anyhow, that's what I mean by less screen time. Less doom scrolling. Carrie, yeah, a lot of this has to do with just some things that I am learning over time from Mel Robbins. I love Mel Robbins. And Carrie just said, when I read Mel's book, 5 Second Rule, I started putting my phone in the other room. Yeah, she's an amazing, Amy, those are emails from Amy. Sorry. The emails are, because Amy a lot of times works in the middle of the night because that's when the vendors, that's when our suppliers overseas are working. So it's not, it doesn't happen often that I get an email like that first thing in the morning. But if the email's coming, a lot of times I get it first thing in the morning because Amy was up at 1 a.m., talking to a manufacturer overseas. And that's when we find out that something is not on time. I mean, you know what? I will tell you, I roll with the punches a lot easier than I used to because a lot of this is not for the faint of heart. I mean, so many things are out of your control. You're like, well, okay, if we have to release a whole collection, but the washi's not going to be here, we'll just tell everybody the washi's coming later, right? I mean, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? Okay, so here we go. Habit tracking. How am I doing with habit tracking? I'm actually, that's interesting. Nick just pulled in. I didn't even realize he was gone. How am I doing with habit tracking, you ask? I tell you. Actually, very well, because I started habit tracking in January of this year. Habit tracking for me is how I keep track of things that I am really trying to change in my life, right? So for the first 3 months of habit tracking, I was making my own habit tracker. I would draw all the little squares. Basically, I was drawing this every month with my ruler and started showing it to you guys. And people are like, well, wait a minute. We want one of those, but we don't want to have to do all that. I'm like, yeah, it's a pain in the butt. So you guys said, hey, well, could you make us a habit tracker? Like, will you make a product that's a habit tracker? And I said, well, you guys, it wouldn't come out until March. And you said, guess what? We don't care. And you didn't care because you have bought a lot of them, which is awesome. So my habit tracker, I do this every month. I write down the habits that I am trying to either improve on or the habits I am trying to not do as much of. I write that down, and then every day I put X's. Now for me, I want to have more X's because more X's means that I am doing well. Where you see big blank spaces, that is a very quick visual. You're like, whoa, hold on. Some of these have a lot of blank spaces. Like Lael, what's this one with all the blank spaces? Read. Reading's important to me. I don't let myself do it enough. It's like a guilty pleasure to me. So look at, that's not good. If it's something that is easy, that brings me pleasure, and there are no X's there, well, guess what? Then I need to focus on that. So it's very much a visual for me. So I did go back when these came out, and I redid them in my habit tracker. So January, February, March, and April. Now what happens when I'm traveling? Things go completely off the rails. They go completely off the rails. Things like my morning routine. When I'm traveling, I can't do my new morning routine. Well, it's really hard to. So that's where you see some blips where there's travel. This is another one, and it's just something I'm focusing on. I don't have a problem with it. You might look at this and think I have a problem. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm trying to be very conscious about my alcohol consumption. Alcohol is a stress reliever for me. Like at the end of a day, if I've had a stressful day, I like to have a glass of wine. But when I start to see a lot of X's in a row, in a row, in a row, in a row, I'm like, you know what, Lil? That shows me that maybe I need to find a better stress reliever than having a glass of wine. Problem is when I travel, I really think I deserve a glass of wine at the end of the day. So when there's a lot of travel, you end up with lots of blank spaces in the alcohol. Sugar is similar. I have made a very conscious effort this year. I am a self-confessed sugar addict. And when I say addict, I really mean addict. Like I could tell you stories about buying lots of candy and hiding it around the house so no one knows it, and then I eat it. Beginning of the year, I said, you know what? I am not going to eat sugar. And when I say sugar, food has sugar in it, whatever. I'm not going to have cake or cookies or candy or ice cream or anything like that. This is the thing I am most proud of, and this is why I habit track. Look at this. In January, I had 1, 2, 3 sugar in January. In February, I had 1, 2, 3, 4 sugars. Some of those were forced. I won't explain that, but in March, I had 1 sugar. In April, guess what? This almost makes me want to cry. I had no sugars in April. And you know what? Here's an interesting little story when it comes to habit tracking. We had these for sale at Little Craft Fest at the booth. And some people would look at them and go, oh my gosh, I need this. One mom, she said, I have 6 kids. I'm really trying to work on myself. I need this. And she bought like 3 or 4 of them. One lady looked at this and said, I would have to take medication to do that. Are you kidding? And I'm like, you know what? Hey, you do you. But where this really hit me hard, when I was teaching one of my workshops at Little Craft Fest, there were some women in the front row, and they had treats and things, and they had these amazing looking chocolates. And they said to me, do you want a chocolate? And I went like this, like literally reached for it. And I said, do you know what? Thank you, but I don't. I said, I love chocolate, but I'm going to say no. You know why? Because if I take one of those chocolates tonight, I can't put an X in my no sugar habit tracker. And they're like, wow. So anyhow, habit tracking for me really is helpful to stay focused. So I can give myself 5 stars for habit tracking. And I'll just write a little bit here. What do I want to say? This is, I get an A on this one. I've been habit tracking daily since January. All right, so now you're like, oh, well, Lael, how are you going to fill in those stars? Because I don't want to fill them with black. Do I have that exact color? And I say, well, yes, I do. Because I'm going to pull out those watercolor pencils again. I won't color in all the rest of them. We'll just do this one. If you can tell, I'm having loads of fun, so I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going. Kitsch Flamingo. So I will pull out the little Kitsch Flamingo. I don't know. Are there oxide markers? I don't know. You could put any color pink in there. But let's sharpen this. It doesn't have to be the exact pink. You could use regular colored pencils. Get that a little bit sharper, and I'm going to do this. Zen Girl, saying no to chocolate deserves 5 gold stars. Nate, saying no to chocolate says I get a glass of wine. That's a problem, right? That is a problem. You can't trade one for the other. Well, you can. You do whatever you want, but a vice is a vice is a vice, right? I mean, I could have worse vices, right? I could be gambling addict. I could do drugs. I could have a shopping. I know I do have a shopping problem, but not a bad one. I just like to shop. I like to bargain shop and shop craft supplies. All right, so there we go. There are my 5 stars. So I will rate the rest of my stars, but I won't color them right now. So let's keep going. Let's go on number 2, move my body. Well, guess what? Interesting that move my body is one of the things I wanted to focus on. And you know where it is? It is in my habit tracker, right? So I'm very motivated to move my body for a lot of reasons. I need to. When you are trying to be more healthy and you're trying to lose weight, moving your body is a really important thing. Also, for me mentally, moving my body is also a very important thing. I go like super far one edge, super far the other edge. So when I'm traveling a lot, I am on the go, 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 go. But when I'm home, a lot of times I won't leave the house for days. It means a lot of times I'm not moving my body. So it's in my habit tracker. That means I want to mark it off. And you know something fun I've shared with you guys. Vicki and I, when we're both in town, we sometimes have a little meeting at 6 a.m. my time, 8 her time. We both get on our respective treadmills in our respective countries, because Vicki's in Canada, and we work out together. We're on the Peloton treadmill, or she's on hers and I'm on mine. We're doing a Peloton workout. And sometimes we're not even talking to each other. We're just doing the workout. We're listening to the music. And it's just kind of fun to have a friend there. So sometimes you have to figure out any of the things you're focusing on, figure out what you need to do to make it work. And if it's sometimes doing something like this with a friend, and it's a friend who lives 2 time zones away in a totally different country, then you know what? If it's important to you, then you make it happen, right? Hi, honey.
Hi.
What? You're wanting to know when I'm going to be done?
I'm going to make dinner. I'm making dinner right now.
Okay. All right.
Yours might be cold.
I'll be done soon. Is that where you went? You drove away. I saw you. I saw you come back. All right. Sorry. It does make the time fly, right? It really does. And a lot of times, guess what else? If it's early in the morning, you're like, nah, I'm really tired. I don't want to do it. But if you know someone is going to be waiting for you to do it, then you're like, well, I guess I better do it. I don't want to let the person down, right? Right. Okay. So, move my body. Again. So I'm going to say, I'm giving myself a 5 on this one. Another 5 stars. I've made such an improvement over last year. So when I saw my doctor earlier this week, she's like, okay, so clearly you're doing well with your weight loss. What's happening? What's going on since I saw you last? And I'm like, well, let me tell you, I'm focusing on protein. It's keeping me full longer. I'm trying to not eat any carbs at all. And I'm moving my body. And she's like, well, tell me about that. What are you doing? And so I'm telling her about that. I don't know. There was something I was going to say there and I totally lost my train of thought. I don't remember. Whatever it was, it had to do with whatever we're talking about. But anyhow, the next one, drink the water. Drink the water. This one's important, right? In fact, let's have a little sip of water really quick. Accountability, that's a big one, right? So if you have a friend that keeps you accountable on any of these things, sometimes the things that you're focusing on, it's helpful to share with friends or people in your life because they will help keep you accountable. They'll say to you, hey, Leo, I know you were really working on less screen time. How's that going for you? Or sometimes Nick will be like, hey, Weren't you trying to work on less screen time? It seems like you've been on your phone a lot today, right? And sometimes you just need that, someone to hold you accountable. I know Zen Girl said, how did this day go so fast? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 more prizes. So let's do another one right now. Okay. Let's do another one right now. The next prize is going to, you didn't even know it was coming. Gloria Lazario, Glow Lows, wins the document your travels insert. That's what's up next on my list. So, Gloria, please send an email, lailbymail.com. lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, document your travels insert. In the body of the email, please list your mailing address and we will get your prize shipped. You guys didn't even know that was coming. So congratulations, Glow. Congratulations, Glow. I hope you're still here, Glow. Let's do another one. I meant to do this because I'm a little bit behind. I meant to do this on this list. When I was using the documenting the details. Oh, you're here. Yay. Congratulations. I meant to do this list back then. This stamp set when we were doing this list. A story worth telling was from documenting the details. So I have a brand new documenting the details stamp set for, let's see, Teresa V. Teresa V, I can tell she just won something. So I'm going to answer your question too because I just saw it. Teresa, you win the documenting the details stamp set. You are a lucky duck, my friend. You won in March as well. Teresa V. Documenting the details stamp set. Teresa, please send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, documenting the details stamp, and your mailing address. We will get that shipped off to you. Her question that I just saw, I missed before. I was lucky enough to win one from you. Any suggestions to start May and what to do with January to April? Aha. So if you are starting a habit tracker in the middle of the year, you can start habit tracker at any time. So here's the deal. If you are starting in May, let's say, you start in May. I haven't decorated mine yet. You start in May. And then when 2026 rolls around, guess what? You just come right back to January and this will be your 2026. That's what I would do. Or you could just, I don't know, put pattern paper over this or white cardstock and then do a list or something. Do whatever you might do in a traveler's notebook. The other thing that you could do would be to adhere these pages together. So that's like one really thick page and then just start in May. So you've got some ideas there. All right, I've missed all kinds of things, but I did just see that Deborah said, Lael, I changed my habit tracker. My life is very task oriented. I need to focus on me. My habits for May and most likely going forward are habits around my own self-care. I will post in the group. And that's an interesting thing, Deborah, and I'm super proud of you for doing that, right? Because especially you with Joshua, you have to focus on yourself. You have to focus on your own self-care because if you don't, then you're not there for him, right? Which you need to be there for him. So I'm very proud of you for doing that. That is awesome. My habits change from month to month as I've kind of continued on this journey of habit tracking, which I've done in the years past, but never been as continuous as I have been this year. Things change, right? A new one for me in April was a morning routine because what I started figuring out was I had screen time on this list. Well, my screen time was not going down. So I had to look at it and figure out what can I do differently to get my screen time down? Well, you know what? If I start with a morning routine, that makes a big difference because it doesn't involve in my phone. And if I get more specific, if I put no phone before 9 a.m., I have new habits that are getting me to this one, screen time down. So this can change from month to month. All right. I've missed so much today in the chat, you guys. Apologies if I missed. 111 Renee's, I loved how you summed that up for Teresa. She said, your year is your year. It doesn't have to start in January, right? Perfect. Okay. Let's do another prize while we're in prize mode. The next one, oh, now is a good time for this one. It is the By the Numbers stamp set that I have been using today. All right, the By the Numbers Allison stamp set. So those are the numbers that I have used here. And that is going to Pam Soames. Pam, yay, Pam. Now, Pam, I know you like to shop, which I love. You may already have ordered that stamp set. So Pam, if you ordered that stamp set, just email me and let me know, and then just tell me what else you'd like instead. All right, Pam Soames, congratulations, Pam. All right, we have one more prize. So I'm going to work on this a little bit more. Let's say it's 6:20, 5:20. It is 5:20 Pacific time. So I think this is how much further we'll go. I am going to fill the rest of these out, and then we will end. I'll continue working on this list a little bit more after we're done. I mean, not tonight, but I will have it totally finished because I have another idea of something I want to do to add a little bit more color. And I'll do that before we're together again next Saturday and see how it turned out. Okay, so we have one more prize, and I will do that right before we are done. Number 3 is drink the water. Drink the water. It's okay. It's not all 5 stars. I'd say probably 4 stars. I'm going to give myself giving myself 4 stars. Goal is 100 plus ounces per day. Some days I do better than others, right? I have learned that I have to have something in my water. I am not a plain water drinker. I just can't be. So I'm really into these days something called Noon, N-U-U-N, and it is a electrolyte. And it has a little bit of a flavor to it, but it also gives me electrolytes. So I'm enjoying that. Glow. Great question. We had another list planned for today. We will not be doing that. My brain is fried. We will be doing that routines list next Saturday on the 10th. All right, create just for me. Yeah. I mean, you know what? It's a just for me thing. I can tell you right now. That ends up going to the bottom of the list. So I'm going to say 3 stars. I don't do it as much as I'd like to. Focusing more going forward. One of the new habits on my habit tracker is journaling. So just doing a little bit of journaling every day. And you know what I've figured out? That if I am writing in a journal and I am adding a little bit of washi and maybe a stamp or two and a little sticker here or there, guess what? That is creating just for me. Nobody said it had to be a huge masterpiece, right? My list, I get to decide what that means. So if I can figure out a way sometimes to like hide the good stuff, like I'm hiding the good stuff, like zucchini bread. You're hiding good nutritional vegetable in a bread that kids like. If I can hide the good stuff, I can hide the creating just for me in the journaling. I'm kind of 2 birds with 1 stone, you know? Less screen time. When I follow my AM routine, it happens. That's the key. That one, I'd probably give myself a 3 on right now. There's definitely opportunity for improvement. Read and learn. Read and learn. I would say I am doing well at this. I'd give myself 5 stars. So giving myself 5 stars. I've been alternating between a fiction book and a self-help book. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Let Them is an amazing book, super helpful. So learning there. Also, I'm just about finished with one called How I Built This. There's a podcast I've been listening to for years where this gentleman interviews entrepreneurs, and I love that. So now I'm reading the book. So I'm doing a good job alternating pleasure, well, reading for, pleasure, like beach reads, with some good nonfiction, kind of self-helpish books. Not self-help, not selfish, self-help-ish. Giving myself 5 stars, alternating, I'm going to say going back and forth between self-help and fiction. Alrighty, so there we go. That is, it's come a long way since we started, right? And that one actually has taken quite a while because there was a lot of steps in that. Stamping and then masking and then more stamping and then writing. And so what I will do to finish later, I will go back in and fill in the stars with the colors. And then I think I will use, I had pulled out a couple of different stamps. I'd pulled out the highlight stamp set. I might just stamp somewhere in here, I don't know, a couple of words in the color of that to add a little bit more color and fill in a little bit more of this space. Or I may pull in a few more of the words from the Goal Getter stamp set. Probably Goal Getter and maybe All Smiles to fill in a little bit more. And that's what I had done here. I used some of different stamps in the same colors to fill in a little bit of those spaces. So that's my plan, friends. All right, let's rotate the camera and let's do the last prize and let's say our goodbyes until next Saturday, because I am in town next weekend. So I know that's really close. I am in town next weekend, and we will be listing again on Saturday the 10th. Now, it'll just be a regular. We won't be doing an all-dayer, right? All-dayers are special just a couple times a year because they take a lot out of me. I love it, but tomorrow I end up being a little bit of a puddle. So, just special, right? Because it wouldn't be special if we did them all the time. The last prize. And I'm not like ending with a bang, so don't get too excited. You might think, oh, this is the big one. We've had big ones all throughout. The last prize for the live prizes, a set of my Lail by Mail fussy cutting scissors. All right, these are awesome little scissors for getting nice and tight into little parts and pieces that you want to fussy cut something out of, right? So that's just those little fussy cutting scissors. So let's scroll up and see. My winner is Paula Crafts. Paula Crafts, congratulations, Paula Crafts. You win the fussy cutting scissors. Paula, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please write winner scissors. That'll be fine. Winner scissors. Body of the email, please put your shipping address, and we'll get those sent off to you in a couple of weeks, probably 2-ish. Once we get all the orders shipped. All right, my friends. So there's still more prizes, right? There's the after party prizes. So after party prizes happen when we're done. There are after party prizes for this morning session, and there are after party prizes for this afternoon session. Way you participate in the after party prize opportunity is to leave a comment on the video once it's over. So the one from this morning, there were already people leaving comments as soon as we ended that one, which I love, because you might as well just do it right away, then you don't forget. Same thing for this afternoon session. Leave a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. There's 14 more prizes. So 7 more for the morning session, 7 more for the afternoon session. Those will be open until Saturday morning, May 10th. And then any comment left after a week won't be part of the prizes. And then it'll probably take me a week or 2 to get all those drawn and announced and all that. So just know those are coming. If you have not shopped, the sale is still happening. The International Scrapbook Day sale on my website is still running through the end of day tomorrow, which is Sunday, May 4th. Had to think about that tomorrow is May the 4th be with you, Star Wars fans. And you know that. And then Monday, Cinco de Mayo. Yes, Cinco de Mayo. Anyhow. Sale runs through end of sale runs through end of day tomorrow, Sunday, May 4th. So you can go to lailbymail.com. There's a big banner on the front that has some balloons on it. There's a little button that says click to shop, and you can shop all the items that are on sale for International Scrapbook Day. And then, of course, all of the new products I use today, you can find those on the website. If you go to lailbymail.com, click what's new, you will see all those amazing new stamps, the postcards and passports collection, tons of fun things. So, you guys, thank you for joining me today. Whether you were here from the very beginning, whether you popped in at the very end, I know your Saturdays are priceless, right? Your Saturdays are priceless. Our Saturdays, our weekends are priceless to us. So the fact that you would come see me or come hang out for all or part of your day, I very much appreciate. And I also know, especially on a day like today, because there's so many things you could be doing out there in the communities. Lots of different things. So I just love that you hung out with me and joined me for this fun celebration and crafted and played and laughed and all the fun things that we did. Reggie's on the prize table again. So even though he is not winning a prize, I would probably end with that. I mean, he's not winning a prize and he is also not a prize. Although sometimes in the middle of the night when he wakes me up, I would like to give him away as a prize. That's how I'll end. I will move the camera over. I want to check the chat really quickly. I'll move the camera over and you can see sweet Reggie asleep on a whole bunch of prizes. Let's see, friends. Oh my gosh. All the chat. I love it so much. I just love it. You guys, if I missed anything, I know I missed a lot, especially when I do live prizes. There's so much happening in the chat. It's really hard to see. If I missed something, shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, and then we can chit chat again that way. All right. I think that is about everything I need to share. I don't know. If not, just watch for an email and I'll share more there. Okay. Because, the brain now is just like, it's done. It's like, you know what? We're done. We're out. We're not going to put your words together in sentences anymore. So, all right. I'm going to rotate the camera and say goodbye. You guys, thank you so much for joining me. Goodbye. And now here is Reggie. Oh, okay. He literally just lifted his head. It's like he knows. Let me just take this out. It is like he knows. Okay, I think I can do that. There he is. Oh no, you're still seeing me. Oh my gosh, I'm so blonde. Hold on. Can we see now? I don't know. Can we see now? Let me look. Yes, there he is. There he is on the prize table. Look, he knows. It's crazy. He knows that I'm done. Sorry, that's like all Blair Witchy. You can't even really see what's happening there, but maybe it's your kisses. I know. I don't know what it is, but there he is. He's there on the prize table. Yeah, hopefully if you want a prize, you don't mind maybe a cat hair on it or two, because that's where he wanted to be the entire time. So, all right, Reg, we're done, buddy. And I'm sure Nick will be glad that we're done too. Okay, friends. Bye-bye. Bye. Now I'm going to come over here so I can see. All right. Here we're ending. Goodbye.